அறிவை அருள்வாய்
அறிவை கடந்த அறிவை அருள்வாய்.
குருவே குருவே எல்லாம் குருவே ஈசன் குருவே இறைவன் குருவே நீயும் குருவே நானும் குருவே 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 எல்லாம் குருவே எல்லாம் குருவே.
To enter into the realm of knowledge, I request the dignitaries to join us for lighting the lamp. I request Professor Ashok Joshi, Director, to join us for lighting lamp. I also request Professor Anil Rao. I request Professor Sudhish Sharma, sir. I request a Chairman Line T. Sethupathi, sir. I request a Secretary Line M.A. Vijay Mohan, sir, to join us for lighting the lamp. I request a Director General, Dr. G. Nandagopal, sir, to join us for lighting the lamp. I also request a Vice Chairman, Rotarian S. Venkatesh, sir, to join us for lighting the lamp. Thank you, sir. I request the dignitaries to chair the dais. May I have the honor in requesting our chairman, Line T. Sethupathi, sir, to welcome the gathering.
Good morning, all. I would like to begin my address with the words of Peter Drucker. Management is doing things right. Leadership is doing the right things. Today, STC is witnessing the true connotation of management and attributes of leaders. We are pleased to have amidst us the great tycoons of management studies from various parts of the country. The theme of today's roundtable conference is Impact of NEP on Management Education and the Curriculum for MBA and PGDM. As an educationist, I am enthralled and also excited in experiencing such an event. Comprehending NEP and its application in the right sense has become the need of the hour. Higher education institutions play a vital role in shaping the course of country. Developing a creative and conducive ambience in a higher education institution is much important. I firmly believe that today's roundtable conference will zealously serve this purpose. Insightful intellectuals gathered here will open new avenues through their presentations and further discussions. With this note, I welcome Professor Ashok Joshi, Director, Indian Institute of Cost and Management Studies and Research, Pune. I also welcome Professor Anil Rao, Director, Wellinger Institute of Management and Development and Research, Bangalore. And also, I welcome Professor Sudhir Sharma, Chairman, Master School of Management. I welcome Deans, Director, Heads of the Departments of Business Schools, Senior Faculty Members, and participants from various management institutions. I extend a warm welcome to the moderators of the various sessions, Mr. Hari Prakash Vimal Kumar, Mr. Sriram and Srikant, they are the directors of STC. I also welcome the Vice Chairman Rotarian Venkatesh and Secretary Line MEA Vijay Mohan, Principal and my faculty members and also the other board members. Thank you. It's time to rock the show. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request a Secretary, Line MA Vijay Mohan sir, and Dr. Sudhir Sharma, Director, Master School of Management, Pollachi, to sign the MOU and unlock the threshold of excellence for the years to come. Thank you, sirs. I now request our Chairman, Line T. Sethupathi, to honor Professor Sudhir Sharma, Chairman, Master School of Management. I now request our Chairman, Line T. Sethupathi, sir, to honor Professor Sudhir Sharma, Chairman, Master School of Management.
I extend a very hearty welcome to one and all present here. It's indeed a great pleasure to sign this MOU with Sudhir Sharma from Master Management Institution. And the ultimate purpose of this MOU is to bring about an exchange program between the two institutions, wherein the students from the host institutions will visit each institutions to foster mutual cultural diversity. So it will help students to understand the diversity, because we are living in a country which is more diverse in this world, and with various languages, caste, creed, color, and religion, but still there is a unity in diversity. So the ultimate purpose is to bring about such a change into the minds of the students and bring one nation under the minds of the students, and to also impart skills that are mutually beneficial to the students from the institution, so that we are able to produce student with extended knowledge and empowered relationship. So I think this is the main intention, and we will live up to the expectation of the parents who are putting up their students in this institution, and we will be truthful in all sense, and we will honor this MOU in all possible dimensions. And I thank Sharmaji for this excellent benevolence which you have rendered. So once again, I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our Vice Chairman, Rotarian S. Venkatesh, to honor Professor Ashok Joshi. Thank you, sir. Now I request a Secretary, Line MA Vijay Mohan, to honor Professor Anil Rao. Now I request Professor Sudhish Sharma, Chairman, Master School of Management, throw light on MOU.
I'm talking on behalf of Sudhir. Good morning, everyone. And MSM and the Institute, Saraswati Tyagaraja Institute, yeah, have signed this MOU, and I'm glad to see this MOU happen. At Association of Indian Management Schools, we have been meeting regularly on executive board meetings, roundtables, but I believe this is the first action plan where an MOU is signed between institutions, and I'm glad to be part of it. Second is this particular MOU will not only have understanding of diversity, understanding of integration, and more important is friendship. I believe that these two institutions will be good friends. The North and South, divide, which is going to get closer, and students will benefit. And while the students are here, I think from students we learn a lot as educators, and this is going to be a great beginning. I, for one, believe that wherever we have collaborations and wherever we progress through friendship, this is going to be the order of tomorrow, and has to be the order of tomorrow. So on behalf of MSM and Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja Institution, I wish this collaboration best wishes from each and every senior leaders, past presidents of AIMS who have gathered here, and look forward for much more to happen through the AIMS platform. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hari Prakash Vimal Kumar, Director, STC, is an MBA graduate from UK. His professional experience includes his service at TCS in multifaceted roles. He is a proprietor of Cloud9 Hospitality and a partner in Seven Spice Hospitality. Apart from the hospitality industries, he is also a partner in Prime Source Ventures. He exhibits his societal concern through his active participation as a member of Roundtable India. He is also one of the board members of Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College. As the moderator of the session, sir, I now request you to share the introductory remarks.
Good morning to one and all here. I'd like to firstly welcome eminent personalities in this hall, directors, deans, professors from various business schools across India, Before I start, I would like to actually, pay attention to the fact that this hall today is carrying a lot of knowledge, uh, and it's so exciting to see so many people from the academia. And I'm sure today, Dr. Setu, the man behind whose name this hall has been commemorated, would be feeling very proud because he's one of the gentlemen who've been very instrumental in guiding this institution. So I think in that sense, we've come to a flying start. And I would like to thank Chairman, Secretary, and Treasurer of the Board of this institution. And my sincere thanks to Professor Nandagopal, who has organized such an eminent crowd to be here today. And I'm sure the session is going to be very invigorating and adds much knowledge and discussion to this August gathering. To introduce the today's program, see, the topic is of prime importance because I think today we are in a juncture in the knowledge capital sense of the term, where India is positioned and poised at a stage where they would definitely have to add value to the knowledge capital of the country. So I think the National Education Policy 2020 has outlined a great number of changes. I think after around 35 years, this initiative has come across, and I think it's a very timely one because I think it's modeled or focused towards the UN Sustainable Goals, and I think their target around, say, 2030, UN Sustainable Goals 2030, and focused on 5 key principles, which is accessibility, affordability, accountability, equity, and quality of education. Like you say, it's not a policy as such, but just a guiding framework. But I think in the years to come, with a lot of changes which are going to be applicable structurally, it will hopefully be rendered in full and bring out the required benefits that is envisioned in this policy. In terms of the format, I think the first session will be an inaugural session where we have 2 eminent personalities in the form of Professor Ashok Joshi, who is the Director, Indian Institute of Cost and Management Studies and Research, Pune, and Professor Anil Rao, Director, Wellington Institute of Management Development Research, Bangalore. They will be giving their introductory speeches and setting the tone for the technical sessions that will follow session 1 and session 2. At the end of each session, we will have the floor open for discussion and debate and exchange of views. So without any ado, I'd like to start off the first session for the day. I would like to do that with giving an introduction of the 2 great personalities who will start off this session. I'm sure, I know my experience is not going to do justice for that, but I personally feel very proud that I've got the opportunity to introduce these 2 eminent personalities today. So starting off with Professor Ashok Joshi, Founder, Dean, Faculty of Management, University of Pune, former President, Association of Indian Management Schools, President from 2013 to 15, Association of Management Development Studies in South Asia. Dr. Joshi is the Director General, like I said, of Indian Institute of Cost and Management Studies and Research, INSEARCH, Pune, and immediate past President of the Executive Board of Association of Management, a SARC affiliated body. Chairman, Local Management Committee, AMDISA, and editor, AMDISA newsletter. Joshi was President, Association of Indian Management Schools between 1999 to 2000. Dr. Joshi has also been the Founder, Dean, Faculty of Management Studies between 1992 and 1995, the Chancellor's nominee on University Senate, Vice Chancellor's nominee of Academic Council at University of Pune. He was again appointed as Dean of Management Faculty at Savitribai Phule Pune University in 2010 and 12. He has obtained MCom costing, MA Management Economics, MMS in Marketing, and PhD in Cost Accounting from the University of Pune, and has teaching and research experience of more than 42 years. That's roughly how old I would be. So he has led pioneering research projects in socio-economic development sponsored by Planning Commission, ICAR, ICFTU, and NCDC. He's also been the research guide for more than 37 PhD students. He's also written books, which include the critically acclaimed essays on political economy, No Water and the Tap, and Chachnya Hath Arthavastya. I think it's a Marathi book, and has edited multiple monographs on poverty alleviation and bottom of the pyramid models and environment management systems. Dr. Joshi is also an advisor to several reputed business school and is currently President, Council for Small Business Entrepreneurship, CBSE, in Mumbai since 2015. In terms of the various awards and recognitions, like to just recall some of the prominent ones. He's achieved the Ravi J. Mathai National Fellowship Award 2004 of the Association of Indian Management Schools, Dharani Sinha Memorial Award 2009 for Excellence in Management Education, Honorary Fellow Membership of CPM Sri Lanka by the Institute of Certified Professional Managers of Sri Lanka, Achiever of Excellence Award by Bombay Management Association 2011-2012, Pride of BMCC Award of Brihan Maharashtra College of Commerce, Pune 2016, and Vocational Excellence Rotary Award by Rotary Club of Pune East 2016. It's a warm pleasure to welcome you, sir, for this August gathering. Now I'd like to introduce Dr. Anil Rao. Sir, warm welcome to you too. Dr. Anil has been an exemplary student throughout his academic career. He was the topper in Shivaji University in his BCom, MCom, and MCM degrees. He's also chartered accountant by profession and was awarded the Chitragupta Award for his outstanding performance in management accounting by Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, New Delhi. His doctoral study on design and development of management information systems is selected industries, earned him a PhD degree in management information systems. Dr. Anil has over 13 years of corporate experience. He worked at Anagram Finance as regional head and was vice president at Mahindra and Mahindra Group companies. During his stint, he was an exemplary performer and a go-to man for the management team. His passion towards education motivated him to leave corporate world at the peak of his career. Under his leadership at We School Bangalore, the school has received various accolades, including but not limited to Bangalore Management Association's Best Business School Award and BMA Academic Excellence in Business School of the Year Award, the Hindustan Unilever Award for Best Industry-Linked Emerging Management Institute. He was unanimously elected as National President of Association of Indian Management Schools for 2017-18. He also was Executive Board Member of Association of Management Development Institutions in Southeast Asia. He's actively involved in NHRD, CII, FICCI, and AIMS. Dr. Anil attended the Harvard Graduate School of Education's Institute for Management Leadership in Education, MLE 2018. Recently, he has attended the London Leadership Summit. And he's a person who believes that network is net worth, and that we should always be hungry to learn new things. Thank you, sir, and welcome you again. With this, I would like to open up the first session by inviting our first inaugural address by Professor Ashok Joshi. Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to all. It is indeed great pleasure for me to inaugurate this round table, which is having very important theme that is going to transform the lives of 25 crore students. 25 crore students is a mind-boggling figure. And concerning to the management education, the number is very small in comparison with the all students in the country. Number is 3,70,000 students. And in management education, there are many challenges. These challenges, the first and foremost challenge under this NEP 20 is to convert or transform standalone management institute into multidisciplinary management institute in a few years' time. And this framework is going to create large number of problems, particularly for management institutions. But for multi-discipline institution like STC, this is blessings in disguise. I would say that NEP 20 is going to give more thrust to the multidisciplinary colleges, institution. They can aspire to become degree granting institutions and further leading to the step forward, good step forward towards becoming university. Because in our country, the number of universities and number of higher education students is not matching. Particularly the university from where I am coming, our university had or having currently more than 8 lakh students in 3 districts only, 3 districts of Maharashtra. That is Pune district, Ahmednagar district and Nashik district. And number of colleges and recognized institutions. Because in Maharashtra Universities Act, the management institutes, they are classified under recognized institutions. Recognized institutions, they do have certain privileges and on paper, the autonomy to this recognized institution as far as recruitment of teaching staff, recruitment of principal is concerned. But as you know very well, that all the regulations and acts, in letters, they are very good, but in spirit, there are many constraints and the challenges. And these constraints and challenges are also having the strong dimension to NEP 20. NEP 20, the intent is very good, that all institutions should become multidisciplinary institution. But as it is, management education itself is a multidisciplinary education because it is not the unidisciplinary postgraduate program. Because students from any faculty can join management program without any difficulty. And this is the only discipline there to the postgraduate program entry is permitted. In law also, law is also multidisciplinary program. Any graduate can join LLB program. So management, law, these are already multidisciplinary program as far as students are concerned. But the NEP 20, the main challenge is that the institution should become multidisciplinary institution by establishing at least 4 departments, and the number of students should be 2,000 and 3,000. Number of students is, thank you, Professor Vice Chancellor Upender Dharji, for correcting. The number is 3,000. 3,000 number itself is a big challenge. Itself is a big challenge until and unless you go for undergraduate program. And the advantage for STC or other autonomous colleges that they can start undergraduate program, they can start postgraduate program, and then the number can be a maximum up to 1,000, not 3,000. If you start, say 4 undergraduate program with 60 intake, so per year 240 students, and in 3 years time, it will be 720 students, and plus MBA, say 120 students first year, second year 120 students, maximum it can be 1,000 students. For PhD program number depends on the recognized guide, because if recognized guide is an assistant professor level, he can enroll only 4 students. If he is an associate professor level, he can enroll 6 students. Full professor can enroll 8 students. So number for doctoral program is decided by the number of recognized guide in the institutions. So as far as research is also concerned, there are many challenges where number cannot grow, even though if you start 4 different types of management program, just like our institute is having Bachelor of Management Studies dual specialization, 60 students. Bachelor of Management Studies, Business Analytics and Computer Application, where Artificial Intelligence, Machine Learning, another 60 students. And third program, Business Management, Bachelor of Management Studies in E-Commerce and Supply Chain Management, further 60 students. Bachelor of Business Administration, International Business, 60 students. So maximum intake in the first year will be 240. So number even cannot touch more than 1,000, even though you are having UG, PG, PhD program. This is one aspect. Another important challenge which standalone management institute they will have to face, that is the establishment of multidisciplinary departments. Maximum, as AIMS has conducted study, very good study, and Ernst & Young consultancy firm was involved, and the efforts has been taken by the committee. Professor Nangopalji is also important member, then Vice Chancellor Upinder Dhar and Sudhir Sharmaji, Anil Rao, and that committee has produced excellent report. Yes, excellent report. Excellent report. Very crisp, very pointed, but Ministry of Higher Education, they are not yet giving appointment to accept that report. Forget about the further deliberation on the report. Even ministry is having so cold feet and so cold attitude towards standalone institute. This is not for the first time. Professor Upinder Dhar might be remembering that we led a delegation to, when I was a president in 1999, led a delegation to Arun Jaitley. Arun Jaitley was the law minister, and through Professor Bhushan we could get appointment within no time. Within no time, we got the appointment, made the presentation, and communicated them the decision of AIMS that All India Board of Management to be converted into the full-fledged council for the development of management education. And Nandagopal, Professor Nandagopal is associated with AIM. As far as my knowledge is concerned, since 1993, means more than 30 years, uh, he is associated with AIM, and efforts have been made at various times. But this is the first occasion where we have written a letter in the month of February, and we are not getting appointment for the premier body of Association of Management Schools. This is the tragedy, and how our government is also looking at the standalone institute. It is quite evident from this incident. So such kind of incidences are retarding the growth of management education. Forget about the quality enhancement of management education. Even our grievances are not heard at the appropriate forum, though we are making all the efforts, very scientific approach is used in developing the report. So these are the challenges. And new education policy expects the collaboration amongst various disciplines, amongst various institutions. We are indeed glad that the first good step forward has been taken by Professor Nandagopal, the STC, and Masters Business School. And as Professor Anil has rightly mentioned, that North-South cooperation has started. I would say that North-South cooperation is a very old phenomenon. From ancient time, there is a cooperation between North and South, and our country had a good heritage of this unity in diversity. Different cultures, they stayed together, they prospered together, and there was a progress, peace, amity, and I am sure that this new education policy will at least open an window for management education, which is contributing to the GDP of the country. And last point which I would like to mention about the gross enrollment ratio. Government is expecting that in the year 2030, because policy was announced in 2020, in 10 years' time, gross enrollment ratio should be doubled. Now gross enrollment ratio is 26%, so it should be 50% by 2030. But the financial resources aspect, if we take into consideration, 6% of GDP is required. And if we calculate the 6% of GDP, it comes to 8 lakh crore rupees. This is mind-boggling figure. It is impossible figure. And this is also one of the great challenge, even for improvement of gross enrollment ratio. So thank you very much, Chairman sir, Mr. Setupati sir, for giving me an opportunity to share some of my views on this important topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Joshi, for the inaugural speech. I think you've touched upon some very important aspects, including the challenges for business schools, or how the business schools, which are standalone institutions, would have to look at inculcating the fabric of multidisciplinary institutions. And also one of the major challenges which is outlined by Professor Joshi is the gross enrollment ratio. And it was mind-boggling to actually listen to the kind of capital investment that would be required to achieve that insurmountable goal, about 26% improvement to 50% by 2030. So I think going forward, we will have much more policy clarity, or what kind of inputs that are going to go into realizing that kind of a goal. So thank you very much, sir, for the introductory speech. Now I request Dr. Anil Rao to please deliver your introductory speech. Thank you.
Morning, dignitaries on the dais. Lion M.A. Vijay Mogan, Lion T. Setupati, Rotarian Venkatesh, ably the Young Brigade Hari, Sriram, Srikant, Dr. Nandagopal, all the past presidents, Dr. Ashok Joshi sir, Upinder Dar sir, Shirude sir. We have all the executive board members here, Dr. Patra, Dr. Mishra, Dr. Parag, Narayan Reddy sir, Agarwal sir, Prasad sir. And the best part is we also have a regional team from South India. And so I would like to recognize them. We have the chairman of Karnataka and Kerala chapter, Dr. Ronnie Kurian. We have secretary, Dr. Sheelan Mishra, Dr. Nandish from IBA, again on the board of Karnataka Kerala chapter, Krishnan, and Dr. Ramanan, of course. All the faculty members of Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja institutions, staff and students. Thank you for inviting me, and this has been a great occasion to talk to you on few facets of national education policy. In fact, three words which define national education policy is it's liberal, progressive, and outward looking. Dr. Joshi sir has already gone through more details about why the purpose of national education policy with regard to achieving that 50% of gross enrollment ratio with what it is today. But the government's approach has been very prudent and practical. That's what I can say. They haven't made any radical changes for a long time. And this is going towards a lot of modernization, globalization, and of course, the liberalization of education. So having said this, we need to see if the government implements this policy. As we all know, there are phases of implementation, and it's definitely a challenging policy, I can say, and it needs competent people to exercise it very efficiently. Today on this forum, I will touch base upon very few aspects of national education policy, which I feel are very important. And there are many things which will evolve in the day to come. This policy talks about holistic education and multidisciplinary approach. So when we talk about the holistic education, the goal is to have and develop students physical, emotional, moral, psychological, and spiritual attributes which are fostering the mental well-being, critical thinking, and the problem-solving skills. Now that's about the holistic education. And there are 10 core skills which is mentioned by the World Health Organization, WHO, about holistic education and holistic development per se. It talks about self-awareness, empathy, critical thinking, creative thinking, decision-making, problem-solving, effective communication, interpersonal relationship, coping with stress, and the last is coping with emotions. That's about holistic development and holistic education. When I talk about multidisciplinary approach, which this NEP 2020 has taken, all the higher education institutions shall aim to be multidisciplinary institutions by 2030 and provide an opportunity for lifelong learning. Now, this single stream higher education institutions, which sir just mentioned, they intend to phase it out and become vibrant multidisciplinary institutions to encourage high quality multidisciplinary and cross-disciplinary teaching and research, leading to becoming full autonomous institutions. That's the intent. And the holistic and multidisciplinary education, which they are talking about, the aim is to develop all the capabilities of a human being, which I just mentioned while speaking about the holistic development. That's the intellectual, aesthetics, social, physical, emotional, and moral in a very integrated manner. The most important, which we just dwelt upon, the all-round development of an individual, which is the 21st century capabilities, should be across arts, humanities, languages, sciences, social sciences, professional, ethical, and technical and vocational disciplines. And that's about multidisciplinary. The curriculum will be very imaginative and flexible. So that's another structure which they're talking about, which enables combinations of disciplines for study, removing the recent or the current, which you all know, rigid boundaries. The flexibility of curriculum and the novelness is about engaging courses with options to students in addition to the specializations what we have today in management education. Credit-based courses and projects in the areas of community engagement, social services, and environment. So environment education is going to take center stage, which includes waste management, sanitation, pollution, climate change, biodiversity, forest, wildlife conservation, etc. And most important is the value-based education, which is going to take again the center stage, which includes development of humanistic, ethical, constitutional, and universal human values of Satya, Dharma, Shanti, Ahimsa, scientific temper, and the life skills. So this is going to take charge. We have to go further. So there is another global citizenship education, which will provide learners to be aware of global issues, become active promoters of peace, tolerance, inclusiveness, secure and sustainable societies. And as part of holistic education, students will take up internships with industry and also research internships to enhance their practical knowledge and employability. The structure of the degree program of, as you all know, sir also did touch base. The first year is a certificate in a particular discipline. The second year will be a diploma. Third year will be a bachelor's degree. And the fourth year's multidisciplinary bachelor's program with chosen major and minor. So that's the structure which is going to be. The academic bank of credit, which is a highlight, will be established digitally, which will store the credits earned by students or the participants. The master's program, I mean, everybody is eager to know, is a 2-year with the last year entirely research project for student with 3-year bachelor's degree. And if it is a 4-year bachelor's degree, a 1-year master's for students who completed 4 years bachelor's degrees with research. There will be integrated 5 years bachelor's and master's program as well. So if you have to talk about a physicist by education, a botanist by profession, you can become a Nobel Prize winner for your chemistry domain. So it's that wide. The students will be able to decide what they want, be it music, art, it could be sociology among the technological core degree course which we spoke about. So various levels of choice-based education which will have a play within the department, across deanery, dual degree, across different institutions, universities, through credit transfer. So that's the multidisciplinary and the holistic education or holistic development which the NEP is talking about. I know for sure that there's a lot to be talked about the entire NEP in the whole day to come. And we have stalwarts, I can say, like Upinder sir, my mentor, who has done it all, being advising the government on NEP at various levels. From my side, being from the executive education and management education in particular, I want to sum up this continuous learning in an acronym which talks about LERA mindset. So that's for students, faculty, and everybody of us. LERA is L, that is learning mindset. And if you see the Fortune 500 companies, the CEOs, they are off the curve, always want to be at the top of Fortune 500 and want to stay there because they have a mindset to read 60 books in a year. And 60 books in a year is on self-development and their professional development. And they don't just read and stay there. They want to actually trickle it down to the employees whom they lead. That's almost 1 week, one book a day, 1 book a week, I believe. Yeah. So that's the learning mindset which will make us better. And second is about entrepreneurial mindset. It's very important to have that entrepreneurial mindset of not only creating ideas and opportunities, but creating resources from wherever we have, whatever we have. And not only creating ideas and resources, but it's important that we translate it into action. So that's the entrepreneurial mindset. The third could be I, which is innovation mindset. We all have to innovate or we evaporate. I just talking to Patra sir that how can faculty innovate or they really evaporate. And the fourth is resilience mindset. COVID has taught us a lot of things during the times of last 2.5 years and how we could bounce back. So every possible thought process which we got into during COVID successfully, that's why we all are here. And that resilience mindset is very important. And the final is the agility mindset to be a agile leader for tomorrow, to take up a mantra of learning, unlearning, and relearning. So that's all about me and National Education Policy talk on holistic development, holistic education, and multidisciplinary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor, for the wonderful enlightenment of the basic aspects of NEP 20. I think you've touched upon a lot of very important points that I think will be deliberated towards the Q&A. But I think in a nutshell, where you mentioned the basic goals of NEP, thing as suggested in the policy document, is the quality of education, lifelong learning process. I think that's one of the key aspects that is going to be driven through this policy. And the most important one, which actually ties up to the UN Sustainable Goals of 2030, is the productive employment and decent work, which actually impacts the quality of life of any individual or for the matter society as a whole. And you've touched upon points like the flexibility aspect, which is something which is going to be driven through the fact of 4+1, 4+2, 5 years integrated, where I think people can come in and leave at the end of the year with a certificate program, diploma program at year 2. I think these all I think is envisioned with the thought that today it is quite rigid in its structure, and if we actually need education to touch upon the lives of many people, because we're talking about gross enrollment ratio today. I think if a student unfortunately cannot continue beyond year 2, then he doesn't have a formal education in that sense. But I think by trying to kind of unfreeze the whole mindset, education mindset, by actually giving him a certificate program for year 1, which also enables him to become a very productive contributor in the workforce. Because today, I think, unfortunately, what matters is the degree and not what you've learned. So few very important points you've touched across, especially the aspect of continuous learning. Is I think that's something that will be very, very important in the years to come. Because I think I was just listening to a speech on NEP, and there was one point that came across is where Forbes magazine had conducted a research, a research document that have been published by the Forbes. And what they said is children who are entering school by 2016, that's just a few years back, once they graduate from whatever courses they want to do, their undergraduate, postgraduate courses at that point in time, what it says is that essentially 40% of the current jobs will actually will become redundant by then. This is such a mind-boggling research, because if that's the case, then you just imagine what's going to happen further on in 20, 30 years. So essentially, the job market dynamics is going to be completely changing and frequently changing, and changing too soon for anyone to think. So I think the focus of NEP also is to say the focus should not be on what to learn, but how to learn. I think that's where the focus on research is coming into picture. Of course, you know, research alone is just, it's what they call it. Focus on research is more on consumption of resources. So as long as research doesn't convert into, you know, kind of business ideas and business concept, it's only going to be a research, you know, a resource consumer and not a productive force. So at the end of the day, I think I echo with you on a lot of points in terms of, you know, continual learning and flexibility. So with this, I'd like to open up the floor to any questions or discussions. And I think for the eminent personalities would be happy to take questions now.
Good morning,
All.
Good morning, everyone. Hope I am audible. Thank you, dignitaries, for throwing the light and setting the tone for new education policy. In fact, if we look into the management education, we are primarily driven either by the American or by the European management philosophy. But I think there is one more element which we need to integrate is the Indianized things. See, if you look at the simple case studies, mostly will go by the Harvard. But we have probably lakhs of cases in India itself. So how should be the roadmap? I think either Joshi sir or maybe Dr. Anil or any of the dignitaries can throw some light. I think it will help everyone here. How to Indianize or bring in the deep value system, because today what we are seeing is the erosion of that values or the ethics which we have, which India is known for 5,500 years. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Your
I am Dr. Nandish, professor at IBA. I am the board member of Karnataka chapter in Bangalore. In fact, we have come with the team. Good.
Thank you so much for that question. I think it's more about today we being outward focused and rather inward focused, and you know how we can. I think it's kind of Atmanirbhar in education, I guess. So I would like Professor Joshi to take over.
I am very happy that you have raised this fundamental question, because in our country, very little original work as far as management education is concerned has been done during last so many years. Even though we think about the premier institutions, that how many cases in the Indian context they have developed, and those are really meaningful for inculcating the values which you have raised the issue, that ethical values, bringing in the honesty, transparency. It is a very challenging area, and for documenting such kind of a case studies, one must have strong connect with the bottom of pyramid. Until and unless you are having strong connect with the bottom of pyramid, you will not be able to find out what is reality at the grassroots level. Until and unless you find the reality at grassroots level, you will not be able to document good case study that will send a message for value-based education. These are my views.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, if you're talking about Association of Indian Management Schools, we regularly have these case study workshops which are conducted. We have champion facilitator and mentor, Dr. Upindadar himself. And of course, we have had Association of Indian Management Schools do case workshops across the 4 regions where we exist. And the intention is not to, get to cases which are outside, but obviously inward looking, which Dr. Joshi sir did mention. And I personally feel the faculty members, I was talking to Dr. Patra sir, we should challenge the faculty to do more. And grassroots, what Dr. Joshi sir mentioned, is very critical that each faculty has to get associated. The worry is we are only in the classroom, we don't get into the center stage in the market place to understand what is happening in the grassroots level. A small case which I have to mention in Rotary Club, which in Bangalore, where I'm associated, we have actually done 100 Happy School project, Happy School. Uh, the government definitely has to do what it has to do, but since it is not happening at the pace, the Rotary clubs or Lions clubs have taken charge to actually look at the government school children, because the children at the bottom of the pyramid, they definitely need attention. And we all know about it, but we hardly do much of it. So these are few case studies which are so diligently done, which can be taught to students. Because if students know this from day one, they connect and sensitize. And when they sensitize, they also look at the big picture of India rather than looking at only the the part of a place where they are studying or where they are working. So that's one ecosystem which we should get to, and start from the grassroots is what we should do. Thank you.
It is some supplementary information what Professor Anil has mentioned. When we talk about the message, communicating the message relating to the basic value systems, this message can be communicated only when you are having a first-hand experience, and that too long experience at grassroots level. Then only you can document. Mechanically, case development workshops are very ably organized, no doubt about that. And that we must compliment the Vice Chancellor, Professor Rupinder Dhar, for organizing several workshops of this kind, for developing the technique, how to document good case study. But what the question which was raised, that is very pertinent question and basic question, that what message we are communicating through the case studies and what is expected. And for communicating the message relating to the value system, the author, he must have strong exposure to the community and have real life experience to which he himself or she should be involved in such grassroots level process. I would like to give you one example of our institute. You see, when the Janata Party government was at the helm of the affair, B. Shivraman was the cabinet secretary, and then B. Shivraman became the member planning commission, and VG Raja Deksha was from Hindustan Liver. He also became the planning commission member, and they were pondering over that how to increase employment in our country. And we had done some study for Employment Guarantee Council of Government of Maharashtra, that time EGS, that was very popularly known, and V.S. Page was the pioneer of EGS. And they invited us and they told us how to create employment in rural areas. You study the basic grassroots level, and Planning Commission will sanction the study grant for 3 years' time. Professor Shirude, who is the Vice Chancellor, he was also associated with that study, and at grassroots level, he knows that how difficult it is to collect the basic data from the poorest of poor people for creation of rural employment. And if you want to document really good case studies, you must have got first-hand experience. Then only your case study can become a most celebrated case study and inculcate value, ethics, and transparency in the society. That I wanted to add. Thank you. Thank you for this excellent question.
One addition to the diversity example is we recently did a study on Samarthanam Trust in Bangalore, right? Faculty combined in Wellinka. A good case study, I thought I should share this. This is an association or an NGO which takes care of blind people. And a study was to measure the impact on blind cricketers and their family members. So there's an association called Cricket Blind Association of India. And you'll be surprised to know that this association has promoted cricketing amongst blind people across India. And at the international level, for the past 3 years, of course, COVID, they could make it. They were the winners across the globe. So they went to Australia, the blind cricketers. And so this is an association where we realize that we need to do a study of impact of, cricketing and on the family members of, the blind cricketers. And we did a study with 250 of the cricketers who actually get into this particular association. And believe me, the study, the showcases how the development amongst, the family members of blind people, the blind cricketers has evolved, and they're doing pretty good in their socio-economic front, which is very important to know. With that study report, they're getting some World Health Organization, UNESCO funding to ensure that they promote more blind cricketing, and that's how they promote good livelihood amongst them. So these are few insights. I mean, of course, sir spoke about bottom of the pyramid. I'm taking into talking about diversity and how do we integrate them as well. It's a small example, but I thought I should share. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Morning to everyone present. I'm Dr. Muthu from S&M Institute of Management, Coimbatore. I've got few questions, and probably the first question is like, I would like to register that Tamil Nadu has already achieved the gross enrollment ratio of 50%. And the NEP, does it recognize the specific needs of the states? Some states are little advanced when it comes to higher education. Some states are little behind. Does NEP does it recognize the specific needs of the states? That is my first question, sir. Second question, and by 2030, probably institutions should become multidisciplinary and they should be able to enroll 3,000 students, kind of that. And if that is the case, then how many of the institutes that are present will be able to afford to it? Because the resource constraint is going to be a big problem, challenge for many of the institutions, especially like standalone business schools. How they'll be able to become truly multidisciplinary, because resource is a big question. And I see this as a contradiction to the NEP's goal itself, because many institutions, if they're not able to reach this goal, and probably will be able to reach that 50% in 2030. That is my second question. And third question, to what extent NEP acknowledges that whatever is planned, that ultimately has to be delivered with the faculty members. So to what extent NEP acknowledges that faculty has to be equipped, they have to be empowered to deliver this kind of goal in order to achieve this. So these are the three questions to the panel. Thank you very much.
Could you please repeat the first point? Yeah. Yeah. What?
Sorry, we couldn't.
Yeah, I'll. Good morning, sir. First thing, Tamil Nadu have already achieved the gross enrollment ratio. Okay. Does NEP recognize the specific needs of different states? Like we have already achieved this, and there are some states which lags behind. So the needs of the different states is different totally. So does NEP recognize this? That is my first question. Second question, that by 2030 we have to become multidisciplinary. We should be able to enroll 3,000 students, kind of that. Now, how many institutions which are present will be able to afford to that? Because it requires a lot of resources. And I see this as a contradiction to the goal of NEP itself. If many institutions cannot achieve this, they have to be closed down. And now we will be able to achieve that 50% in this. That is second question. Third, what NEP looks at empowering the faculty. Because ultimately, whatever is the policy, that faculty has to deliver it in the classrooms. So what NEP does regarding empowering the faculty? Thank you.
I think the question is concerning to all of us. And this is the real challenge which all standalone institute they are going to face if NEP is seriously implemented as a time-bound program. And it is absolutely right that professional courses, they are under regulator. And Supreme Court had already given a judgment that Supreme Court is the final authority. Regulator is the final authority. And regulator, they always sanction the intake by putting the conditions, and these conditions involves a huge investment for increasing the number. Though education is in concurrent list, but the professional educations which are under regulator, management education is under regulator, law education is under regulator, medical education is under regulator, engineering education is under regulator. So here, even though state government, they would like to enhance the capacity and capability of their manpower, there is a constraint and brake is applied. I would like to give the example of Maharashtra. When Vasant Dada Patil, the person, very competent person, he became the chief minister. That time in Maharashtra, there were 2 or 3 government engineering colleges and very few government medical colleges. Vasant Dada Patil, though he is a vernacular final pass person, he had a strong commitment to the higher education. So he broke the framework. He broke the framework and he said that as though subject is in the state list, I will give permission to the colleges and particularly cooperative sugar factories to start the medical colleges and engineering colleges. That's why this rigid framework of control was broken and Maharashtra was pioneer. And Vasant Dada Patil, the person who was just vernacular final pass, he could understand the requirement of future society, but regulator were not understanding that. That's why our medical system is good. Our engineers, they have gone abroad and they brought laurels to the country, and this rigid framework, or I would say iron steel curtain, needs to be broken, and further it needs to be broken. And here the state should be empowered, educational institute should be empowered, and the center should provide only the broad framework, not a microscopic detail that which institute should be permitted with what quota. That let state government plan the requirement, that what is the requirement in Tamil Nadu for engineering, how many civil engineers are required for infrastructure project, how many IT engineers are required for developing the electronics and all other requirements, how many doctors are required. Such freedom should be given at state level. So state level planning should be made very effective, and that should be the guiding principle for the growth and development of the state. And the education, partially it is under in the concurrent list, partially it is in the central regulatory list, and most of the professional colleges, they are regulated by the at the center level. So this is my answer to your question, and thank you very much for raising this. And education policy is silent on this aspect.
So thank you very much. I am Dr. Agarwal. I am board member of AIMS. You said that Vasant Dada Patil and others had a long vision and this, but it has got another side also. You know what happened in Chhattisgarh? Maybe around 20 years back, they gave approval to, I think, 100+ universities in one act. And then a small committee was formed, and then So many of them were closed. I think more or less all were closed. So it has got its own advantage and disadvantage. What we require is the regulators must be wise enough and they must understand the regional requirements. Problem what happens, I have been in AICT for 6 years, I have worked there. The problem is that we make rule one size fits all. And there is the biggest problem. The concurrent list is not bad, but the problem is what happens in Northeast will not fit in Tamil Nadu. And what fits in Tamil Nadu will not fit in UP. So the regulators have to be wise enough. And again, means not against any particular policy. The problem is not only the policy. The problem is the execution. See, we have read Higher Education Council coming up. Till now, means the policy has come 2 years ago. I am not criticizing government. And even if I am doing that, it is in my personal capacity, nothing to do with AIMS. Not even the ordinance has been placed into the parliament. So what is happening? The things which should be done first are not being done in the first place. Thank you very much.
Professor Agarwal, I totally endorse your views and the information regarding Chhattisgarh. But here I would like to say there is a one principle in science that let the entropy be there so good system will emerge. And I am glad that good system has emerged after that Chhattisgarh episode, and from a few universities the number has doubled. Private universities has increased. There is a regulation at the state level. Deemed to be university, I would like to say less, because deemed to be university is like equivalent. When we say that we are equivalent to something, means you are lesser. But deemed to be university also means it is not university, it is deemed to be university. So private university has emerged out of the entropy which Chhattisgarh is responsible. I would say that we must thank Chhattisgarh for creating entropy so that new system has emerged and we are able to develop manpower in our country. So thank you, Professor Agarwal.
My question, although I was not physically present, I was there online. I heard your speech and I thought I would bring up this issue. You mentioned a very, very serious concern about the power of our community as the education sector, how we could not even get an appointment with the government to go and voice our concerns. So where has this power gone? Or is it so potential and innate in us that we have not been able to discover that we do have that power? All of you seniors have done so much and you brought that power. And if today we are facing this, is it that they have become more stronger and they don't care for it? Or we feel that we are not strong enough? What is that we need to do? That introspection as aims, as a community, what is that we should be doing, sir, to bring back that power to us?
Dr. Manohar, you are opening a different field for the discussion and debate. Because I know that you are an active person and you are a keen observer, keen participant. In several conventions, I have seen your constructive participation, never destructive. And Dr. Manohar is always give the relevant suggestion, but there is a rider. He will raise some fundamental issue. So this is not a forum to discuss that, but this needs to be discussed very carefully amongst us at the chapter level, at the regional level, and then at the national level. So thank you.
Thank you, professors and doctor. I think considering the paucity of time, I think we can think there are a few more sessions and a lot more discussions can be taken up there. But I think just to sum up this particular inaugural session, I would say it was quite a detailed explanation for questions. And I think we all agree that we hope the NEP doesn't become a policy paralysis kind of a situation. And there are two main things that were echoed where the accessibility and the quality, of course, the quality of teachers and professors. But I think there are two things. One is, of course, the accreditation scheme for learning service providers. I think that's something that's been envisaged in the NEP, and also the National Education Technology Forum. I think that probably will address the issue of accessibility because I think 40% of the courses can be delivered online. So I think, like you said, the policy is there. Hopefully the details are on the devil is in the details. So I think we'll know in the next 10 years how it's going to be delivered. And thank the audience as well as the dignitaries for a wonderful first session. I think we'll break for tea right now and then come back for the second session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vimal. Before we wind up our tea break, I would like to recognize a few of the senior people. Now I request our Vice Chairman to recognize Professor Jarar. I think today we signed an MOU with MATS. I think before that we also signed MOU with ICBM. Last month, 25 of our students went to ICBM and 2 weeks they stayed, and he was a great host to all our students, and students really enjoyed. This is the first student exchange program we have started, and Jarar, the chairman of ICBM, is here. Please come. Thank you very much, Jarar, for your presence. Our Vice Chairman, Mr. Venkatesh, will honor Jarar. We would like to recognize our past president, Professor Shifali Gautam. Our chairman, Sethupathi, will felicitate Madam.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our chairman, Line T. Sethupathi, to present the memento to Professor Sudhish Sharma, Chairman, Master School of Management. I also request our chairman. To present the memento to Professor Ashok Joshi, Director, Indian Institute of Cost and Management Studies and Research, Pune. I request our Secretary, Line MA Vijay Mohan sir, to present the memento to Professor Anil Rao P, Director, Wellinger Institute of Management, Development and Research, Bangalore. I thank the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais for the enlightening discussion. The session will resume after a short tea break. Please help yourself with tea and snacks arranged at the backstage. Since we are running short of time, I request the participants to resume the hall in 10 minutes of time from now. Thank you.
நடிச்சதை வச்சுக்க. இப்ப நடிச்சது இருக்கு.
I welcome you all for this technical session too. I request the dignitaries, Chairman of the technical session, Dr. Upendra, Vice Chancellor Shri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwavidyalaya Indore to chair the dais. I also request the speakers, Professor Narayana Reddy, Director Shri Vidyaniketan Institute of Management, Andhra Pradesh to chair the dais. I request Dr. Shrude, Vice Chancellor, Balaji Institute of Management, Pune to chair the dais. I request the moderator, Mr. P.T.S. Sriram, Director Shri Saraswati Tyagaraja College to chair the dais. I request the moderator, Mr. P.T.S. Sriram, Director Shri Saraswati Tyagaraja College to chair the dais. It's my honor and privilege to introduce the moderator of the session. Mr. P.T.S. Sriram, Director, Shri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, has a wide range of credentials. Before venturing into his family business, he worked as a management consultant with a prominent US-based audit firm, Ernst & Young. He has also headed the operations and the strategy teams for a Series B-funded technology startup, Healthify Me, in Bangalore, and the fund of $12 million was raised by him. He is currently the executive directors of Newsant Coco Lagoon. So I now request you to take over the session.
Thank you. Very good morning to everyone gathered here. My name is Sriram and I currently serve in the capacity of Director in the Board of Management of Shri Saraswati Tyagaraja College. And today I'm truly privileged to be amongst all of you, the deans and directors of the premium institute of the country, and responsible for shaping the management education and creating future leaders, just not for India, but for the world. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce the chairman and the speakers of this esteemed panel. I'll get started with the chairman. The chairman, Dr. Upendra Dar. Thank you, sir, for coming. Dr. Upendra Dar serves as the Vice Chancellor of Shri Vaishnav Vishwavidyalaya Indore. Earlier, he was the Group Additional Vice Chancellor and Pro Vice Chancellor at the renowned Amity University, Noida. He has conducted more than 700 management and faculty development programs for executives of major business houses and faculty members of academic institutions, respectively. He has also been guest faculty at IIM Calcutta, IIM Indore, IIM Trichy, and IIT Roorkee. Besides undertaking consulting assignments, he has authored, co-authored, edited more than 700 publications. 40 scholars have been awarded PhD degree under his supervision by various universities, a fellow of ISTD, and a strong proponent of case study method. Dr. Dar has been conferred with Ravi J. Mathai National Fellow Award by the Association of Indian Management Schools in 2018. He's also been on the panel of reviewers of a number of international journals such as International Journal of Training and Development, Human Resources International, Journal of Global Business and Technology, and South Asian Journal of Management. Thank you for gracing this occasion, sir. Moving on to our first speaker, Dr. P. Narayanan Reddy, Director, Shri Vidyaniketan Institute of Management. Dr. P. Narayanan Reddy, Director at Shri Vidyaniketan Institute of Management, boasts of rich experience as an academician. To quote his works, he has published more than 16 books and 45 research papers in reputed journals. As a researcher, he has completed 4 research projects sponsored by the UGC and the ICSSR Delhi, and has also guided more than 25 students for their PhDs and MPhils. Dr. Narayan Reddy has been associated with more than 25 universities and institutions in the capacity of member board of studies, member selection committee, and as advisor and mentor. He has also served as a member of All India Board of Management Studies and AICTE. He has also been the president's nominee to the Central University of Rajasthan and the Central University of Kashmir. He has served as the regional vice president and treasurer of Association of Indian Management Schools. Presently, he serves as the board member of AIMS. Moving on to our next speaker, Professor Dr. Shrude. He is an eminent academician with a rich teaching experience of more than 3.5 decades. He is the founder, vice chancellor of Sri Balaji University, Pune. He is a triple postgraduate and has done his postdoctoral research in management in Savitribai Pune University. He has published more than 50 research articles and papers in referred national and international journals and authored 7 books. Under his guidance, 16 students have been awarded PhD and 12 students have been awarded MPhil. He has also published many research articles in various national and international journals. He is the life member of various organizations in education at a national level, such as ICME, MAP, IEA, AIMS, and Indian Society for Training and Development, IESTD. As an acknowledgement to his long innings in his education field, he has received a lot of awards and accolades to his credit. So thank you, the chairman and speakers, for coming and gracing this occasion. I'm really excited and eager to hear your thoughts and perspective on how the NEP is going to impact the management education arena. So I'd request the chairman to take the session forward.
Distinguished panel, Professor Narayan Reddy, Professor Shirude, all my colleagues from AIMS, Professor Ashok Joshi, Professor A.M. Agrawal, Dr. Jitendra Mishra, and all others, all the deans and directors who are attending this program, management of this college, and all those who have been directly or indirectly associated with this activity. First of all, I must congratulate the organizers for choosing this theme, because all over the country, we are talking about national education policy. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that there is a progression. If we look back to 1947, when our country became independent, that time we had around 20 universities in the whole country, around 1,500 colleges, 5,000 schools. But then immediately, one of the important agenda points after independence was to upgrade the education system in the country. So immediately next year only, that is in 1948, one commission was constituted, headed by Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, which gave a number of recommendations. See, one of the recommendations was value education. So NEP 2020 is not talking about value education for the first time, so we should be worried about how it. Even Radhakrishnan Committee or Radhakrishnan Commission talked about 1948. Then there was one Dr. Mudaliar Committee. In 1964, where D.S. Kothari Commission, which again suggested number of measures. 1986, we had Narasimha Rao Committee, which added 1 year to the school education. So 10 plus 1 plus 3 became 10 plus 2 plus 3. So 10 plus 2 system was introduced in 1986. Though implementation took about 6 years. By 1982, complete implementation happened. And now, after the long wait of 34 years, that we had another committee, that is Kasturi Rangan Committee. The report was made public and released by Prime Minister of India on 29th of July 2020. This report has many propositions which are going to transform education system in the country. Both levels, school level as well as higher education. Though the duration in school has been kept the same, it is 12 years only. But many changes have been proposed in school education also. For example, 10+2 has become now, it will be becoming, as it is implemented, 5+3+3+4. That means pre-primary education is now being formalized, which was not formalized earlier. So with these 2 years of pre-primary education, it becomes 5 years, 5+3+3+4. As far as higher education is concerned, there are many changes which we will have to implement. One is that for the first time in the country, we will have 2 parallel degrees, 3-year degree program as well as 4-year degree program. Those who want to start their own business after completing the graduation, or those who don't want to go for further education, they can come to 3-year degree program, which we are having at present. But then those who want to go for research, or those who want to pursue education further, they can choose 4-year degree program, that is 3+1. This is happening, this is going to happen for the first time. In fact, implementation of this recommendation is already started in some states. For example, in my university, we have already implemented. Then further on, there will be 2 parallel postgraduate programs, one 2 years, another 1. So far, we used to have 2-year postgraduate program. That is why ISB Hyderabad was not given recognition or approval by ISB, because it was having only 1-year program. But now, those who will be completing 4-year degree program, they can go for 1-year master's program, that is postgraduate program. Even they can go directly for PhD program. Those who are going to adopt 4-year degree program, they can directly register for PhD. This is something new which is going to happen. Then multiple entry, multiple exit. Again, it's going to be a new proposition. And here are the challenges. How to manage, because student can enter the institution and then after a year or so or 2 years, leave and go elsewhere. You cannot stop. You cannot stop him or stop her. But then there has to be a system is to be created for making it possible in other institution where he is making entry, exiting from my institution and making entry in other institutions. How to have the equivalence, how to accept such students. Then again, a student may continue there for some time and move and to some other institution that can. So in other words, this policy is recommending flexibility. First one is flexibility. Second one is access. Access to the students. So students will have access to an institution at any time. As Professor Anil Rao mentioned, there will be system of ABC, Academic Bank of Credits, which will be managed nationally and digitally. So a student can earn credits and claim diploma, certificate, diploma or degree. That's going to happen. So again, a challenge. You see, if a student is applying to my institution for a degree, 4-year degree, and he has spent only 1 year in my institution, can I award that? So NEP says if he has spent only 1 year, then I can give certificate. 2 years, diploma, 3 years and more degree. So all this needs to be put on paper. That means the challenge before institution is to have these regulations in writing. Today, we have 1,016 universities in the country, 1016, and about 50,000 colleges. We have come a long way. But amongst all these institutions, none of the universities, none of the institutions is in top 100 world-class institutions. So we have a large number now. We can claim that yes, from 20 universities in 1947, we are 1,016. From 1,500 colleges in 47, we have about 50,000. But when it comes to world-class ranking, none of our institutions is in top 100. When we analyze why, where are we lagging behind? And one of the major reasons that comes out is research, quality research. That is why National Education Policy 2020 recommends that we should encourage research right from the undergraduate program. Research does not mean PhD program only. It has to start from the undergraduate program. So at undergraduate level also, we have to give projects. Postgraduate also we have to give projects, and then doctorate, of course. So project method needs to be encouraged. So there has to be mix of teaching methods. Pedagogy has to be a mix of various methods and techniques. So we cannot restrict to teaching method only, to chalk and board method only, which has been there for so many years and it will continue to be there. But then there have to be other methods also which need to be adopted, like project method. In the inaugural session, we were talking about case method. Yes, case method needs to be adopted so that students are able to bridge the gap between theory and practice. They can see for themselves how certain models, how certain theoretical models get implemented in reality. So traditionally, we have been hearing, I have been teaching for last 44 years now. Very often we used to hear from the students, sir, it was good, very great experience in the institution. But when we look at what we are doing in the industry, it is far apart from what we were taught. So there are gaps, but these gaps can be reduced by case method, wherein a student can see for himself or herself that how various models, various theoretical models or theories get implemented. And then further, how they can utilize their knowledge for improving the systems. Gave another new method that has been formalized. Incidentally, I put it, that is gamification. Because I was in several committees, not only one committee. Gamification we have added. So we can use games, educational games, for teaching various concepts. So in other words, pedagogy is going to change. You see, one good news for those who are in management discipline is that some of these we have already been doing. You see, the position of management education is better than other disciplines. Why? Because some of the recommendations, some of the propositions which are there in 2020 policy, we have been already practicing them. In fact, some have been, say, in 2017, AIST made a committee for preparing the model curriculum for PGDM and MBA, and I was also there in that committee. We had, so for example, we had proposed business ethics, values and ethics to be taught. That hasn't picked up. That has been here also. But then again, I would say, I would re-emphasize, it is not being proposed for the first time. Even Radhakrishnan committee had proposed education. So, in fact, in schools, moral education and all this has been happening. But then we have been leaving it there at the school level. But in higher education, also that continuity has to be there. And teaching values, teaching ethics by the method of ethics helps a great deal. So when I was director of Nirma Institute of Management, I used to teach business ethics myself. And I was not teaching any theory or any theoretical topic. I would prefer to use cases and discuss with the students that how a crisis happens, how a person reaching at the topmost level just falls down in a fraction of a second. Why? Because values are compromised. When values are compromised, when ethics is compromised, what can happen? So more of cases, as someone rightly mentioned, yes, Dr. Joshi was mentioning more of Indian cases are required. And AIMS has been making this effort almost from the beginning. I've been associated with these case writing workshops, developing Indian cases since May 1997. And every year we conduct 2 workshops, and also for specifically for certain institutions, so that faculty can go to the field and develop cases based on the Indian experience. So now with this NEP, more emphasis. So far as the curriculum part is concerned, one thing that we have to remember, so far as NEP 2020 is concerned, it is student-centered policy. Student is the king. So student will have the choice to choose. We will have various categories of course. One, core courses, which we were already having. Second, domain-specific electives that also we have been doing, say marketing, finance, HR, production, and so on. But what is new is third, general electives. Here, general electives means courses from other disciplines. For example, if a student has interest in studying modern history, he can formally choose modern history. Even if he is doing MBA or PGDM, he can choose modern history and appear in the examination and earn the credits. If a student is interested in a full course on painting, he can do that. If a student is interested in doing a course from, say, economics, he can do that. So far, what we have been doing, we have been teaching only application part, because management being an applied discipline, we have been teaching applied. For example, applied psychology. We have been, say, we call it in management, we call it organizational behavior. But basically, that is only applied psychology. We have been talking about economics for managers, so applied part. But now, student will have the choice to choose some course from the general elective, that means from any other discipline. If he chooses a course from engineering, he can do that. You see, point is, as Dr. Joshi and Dr. Anil Rao was also mentioning, the barriers, these traditional barriers have to break. And these traditional barriers will break from the school level. Today, when a student comes to 11th class, he has to choose. Either go to science stream, or go to arts stream, or go to commerce stream. That barrier will go. This compartmentalization of education will go. A student in science can choose a course from commerce. A student in commerce can choose a course from arts. So this breaking of barriers is going to start from the school age itself. That means 11th class. So by the time he completes 12th, student completes 12th, he is going to be very clear whether he should go for 3-year degree program or 4-year degree. And there again, no compartmentalization. See, traditionally, our traditional system in India is based on what Britishers used to have. Our university system, even today, is based on the British, wherein you can see that a person from physics will not allow a person from chemistry to come in. No, this is my jurisdiction. Somebody in chemistry will not allow a person from biology or life science. No, that's my discipline. So this abstract barriers, these walls have to break. If a student has choice for any other discipline, course from any other discipline, he is to be allowed. We cannot refuse. So within general electives, a basket of courses can be provided, basket of courses from various disciplines, and student will have the choice to choose out of. That is general electives. Then there is another category which we have to evolve, that is skill-based courses. Skill-based courses, that means such courses that after completing the course, that particular course, student develops certain skills. Because NEP emphasizes on skill development. All of you know, all of your teachers, that skill development movement has failed in India, which had started from Rajiv Gandhi's time, vocational education. Why it has failed? When analysis was done by this Kasturi Rangan committee, it was found one of the views, strong views, that it has failed because it has always been add-on. Vocational courses have been add-on. Okay, if you want to do in addition to what is prescribed, if you want to take a vocational course, you can take. That's why it has failed. But now with this NEP, it is going to become integral part of the education system right from 6th standard. Right from 6th standard, skill development, skill-based courses will be part of the curriculum. No add-on. It has to be part. So student has to choose. So in higher education, out of the basket, student has to choose. This is how curriculum is going to change. So one, the walls, abstract walls within the institution have to break. Number two, more of networking, more of relationship between the institution will have to happen. Sharing of resources will have to happen. Like what was done in the inaugural session, STC and Master School signed an MOU, and more of this is going to happen. More of this is going to happen for resource sharing. Share the resources for the benefit of the students. As you know, this NEP has provided for 100 topmost foreign universities to come to India. Why to be afraid of it? When some institutions are resisting, what will happen to us? If you have quality, why should you worry? So we shall have to raise the quality standards so that this entry exit does not happen that all of them go to foreign universities. If they will not go, if our quality of education is that far. So MOUs with foreign universities is also going to be a reality. Maybe for certain courses, a student is coming to me for another course, he may go to another university, maybe a foreign university, maybe a university of Indian origin. It doesn't matter. But we will survive if our first priority is quality. That is going to be very important. And we also know that this NEP recommends, not only recommends this has to happen, that there will be the whole space of higher education will be classified into 3 types of institutions. One, the research intensive universities, which we don't have today. Only to some extent you can say Indian Institute of Science is, but not fully. So there is going to be reality. Second category will be teaching universities, which we are having today. And the third category will be autonomous institutions. Autonomous we are having today also. But what is the difference? Difference is autonomous degree granting colleges. Autonomous, today also we are having, like Dr. Ashok Joshi's institution is an autonomous college, it's an autonomous institution, which is awarded by UGC, University Grants Commission. But what is the difference? Difference is that now we are going to have autonomous degree granting colleges. That is going to happen first time in India. So norms are being worked out. One committee is working on it, and one of the fundamental thumb rules will be accreditation, A grade, minimum A grade accreditation, and one should be existing in top 100 NIRF institutions. And institution which is going to be an autonomous institution, must have at least 3,000 enrollments, minimum 3,000. You see, on the faculty plane, on the qualification plane, we have made it in it since I was in this committee, this particular committee for faculty. We've kept slight differences so far as these three categories are concerned, but we have made it in such a way that so that as a teacher, a faculty in an autonomous degree granting college today has the scope. He has the scope to excel to teaching university and then finally a research intensive university. In research intensive university, more focus will be on research, and then there will be postgraduate teaching. It is not that you will be doing only research. No, these are not going to be research institutions like CSIR laboratories. No. Teaching research intensive universities are going to have more emphasis on research and then postgraduate teaching. So we have created the position of research professors, which was not so in our country, in the case of in the university system. Formally, we have created the positions of research professors. Similarly, we have created the positions of professors of practice. Let me say, for example, if my university is offering a course, a program in music, and I want to have the association of a great maestro, and maestro may not have PhD degree with all those qualifications which we normally prescribe for a faculty, for a professor's position. I can't take him, students can't get that advantage. So what to do? So practice is to be taken into consideration for various norms we have worked out there so that we can engage a maestro, well-known person, well-known personality who has made a name and made great contribution in that discipline, can be engaged as the professor of practice. All these have been done by this committee. So we were talking about gross enrollment ratio in the morning. In 2018, gross enrollment ratio was 26.3. That means those students who were passing out 12th, 10 plus 2, 12. Out of them, only 26.3% students should come to higher education. That means around 84%. Where are they going? They are not coming to higher education. Some of them are selling eggs on the road. Some of them are becoming laborers and so on and so forth. They are lost. So we need to encourage them to come to higher education. Then only we can make it, as Dr. Joshi mentioned, it has to be 50% gross enrollment ratio. That means 50% of those who pass out from the school must come to higher education by 2030. Therefore, we have to go to the deeper pockets, outskirts. So, for example, Coimbatore, don't concentrate on Coimbatore. If they are only concentrating on Coimbatore, you are not increasing GR. Gross enrollment ratio, you are not increasing because those who are living in Coimbatore, they will anyway come to higher education, most of them. Problem is in the semi-urban and rural areas. Deeper pockets. So we have to go there. Great opportunities for the students to come in for the higher education, then only gross enrollment. Now it is 27.1. The big challenge, as Dr. Joshi said, about double, so 50%. You see, this committee has done thorough work, lot of research, lot of work. Gross enrollment ratio of each state has been taken into consideration. Each state. Gross enrollment ratio of Tamil Nadu, gross enrollment ratio of Madhya Pradesh, gross enrollment ratio of Maharashtra. Every state's gross enrollment has been calculated. It was available. And then by using proper methodology, projection has been, this 50% is not a political statement. You see, as you must have seen the committee, they're all scientists or academicians. It is based on the projection, it is projected, based on the available data from all the states of the country, that this 50% has been worked out. But can we do it? We can do it. Statistically, yes. It is difficult, but not impossible. We can do it. If we have to make efforts, this is a target. We have to work towards that target, all the states. So it is not that some state has been ignored, other state has been ignored. It was out of the, while sitting in the air-conditioned drawing room and it was not, that is not true. Data has been taken, considered, and computations have been made. Based on that, this 50% has been worked out. So the complete implementation of this NEP has to happen by 2035. That is within 15 years. Out of which 3 years are already gone. Good news is that some institutions have already started it. But then the rest will have to follow the suit and see what best we can do, all of us together, what best we can do. And curriculum is the heart of an institution. Otherwise, why should a student come to an institution? Curriculum has to be strong. It has to be well defined. And as I mentioned, we have to classify the course. Besides core courses and domain-specific electives, which we were anyway doing earlier also, so far as management education is concerned. But now, general electives, that means across domains, skill-based specifically, we shall have to offer a basket of courses to the students, and students have the choice to choose out of. That is skill-based courses. So I am very much confident, and we will be doing great service to the nation. As we have said, I deliberately started from what we were in 1947 and what we are today. Lot of progression in many disciplines, many areas. We have today all over world, we are recognized. Some of you may be having an idea that last year only, Stanford University declared the names of 200 world-class scientists. And the good news is that many Indian scientists appeared in that. I am not talking about those Indian scientists who are working abroad. I am talking about Indian scientists working in India. That is good news. That means we are progressing. We are moving forward. So we can do it. We have the ability. If when some of us go abroad, there we make great contributions, and many of us get the Nobel Prize. All of you know that. I need not to repeat. Why can't we do it here? We can do it. It is very much possible. And management education has been always a forward-looking discipline. And in management education also, it is possible. We need not to be worried what will happen in PGDM. And say, what PGDM? You have to break it. That's what I'm saying. Break the barriers. Have multiple disciplines. You will have to take the multiple disciplines and stand alone. It can become a PGDM institution today can become a multidiscipline. It can become a autonomous degree granting institution. Why can't it be? It can be, provided that we are ready to adopt the other disciplines also. And Dr. Joshi has already done it himself. As I said, it is an autonomous institution. So it is possible. A number can be, say, you cannot have number. You cannot have enrollments unless we also focus on the undergraduate programs. If we only concentrate on post-graduation only, then we can't. Then our institution will be merged in some other institution which will be nearby. So we shall have to take the undergraduate programs also. I was chairman of this LOCF for this management program. Learning outcomes based curriculum framework. Dr. Jitendra Mishra was also in the same committee. Here again, we have facilitated this undergraduate education. And unless we start offering at undergraduate level also, we cannot become autonomous. So we shall have to adopt the undergraduate programs also and model the students, prepare the students. In any case, undergraduate programs, undergraduate education is preparation for the postgraduate education. So it's an opportunity for all of us, for the management educators, that we can shape the students at undergraduate level for the postgraduate education. And this is very much possible and we can do it. And I wish all the best to all those who are making efforts towards this. I have a distinguished panel with me, and I'm sure we will have some add-ons from Dr. Narayan Reddy and Dr. Shurude on this, and we'll be richer in our understanding by the time this session will be over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dar. You beautifully portrayed the advantages of the NEP and how it bridges the gap in the current system and what kind of future we can look forward, all of us. So thank you for that. Now I call upon Professor Reddy to share the dais and share his thoughts on it.
Very good afternoon, all of you. Respected Chairman, Professor Upendra Dar, my fellow panelist, good friend, Professor Sherode, and senior colleagues, and all other members for giving me an opportunity to be here to share few points on this particular occasion related to national education policy and its impact maybe on the curriculum development. Professor Dar has touched upon many important areas which are all broader macro picture and also given little bit of micro picture and what is that we have to do. Let me take little for deviation from the presentation of what Professor Dar has given. I would like to focus on little bit of micro picture. As we know that the very purpose of education is to make the students or youth to become more knowledgeable, skill-oriented, demonstrate the skill and knowledge, use the same to solve the problems of the contemporary world, and also create and help the society to have a dynamic society. Having said that, we have seen last 70 years after independence, we have been implementing various models in promoting quality education. Interestingly, we are all very happy that the education has become very, very accessible to all majority. But parallelly, the quality of education that we have been imparting for a period of time is questionable. This resulted in enough unemployable graduates in the society. On one side, we are happy. On the other side, we are very, very unhappy about the outcome of the education that we have been imparting. The present new education policy that has been unveiled in the recent past tried to address many limitations of the education system that we have been adopted. That's why many of us, directly or indirectly, contributed in the form of inputs to the new education policy while it was in preparation. And many of us too helped to draft the new education policy by giving enough inputs. I strongly believe that the new education policy is a very, very comprehensive document, specifically expressed the scope and
the direction of education in the country. And only thing is how we are going to implement the same is the issue. Unfortunately, all this time, we have been blaming the regulator for not taking the education to the next level in terms of quality. My humble submission is, regulator will be there as long as we adapt shortcuts. If regulator is not there, we know what has been happening in whether it is Meghalaya, whether it is in Chhattisgarh, in terms of mushrooming of institutions. Because a regulator is at least somebody is there to monitor what is happening. But the regulator is not interfering the good institutions who are doing their work sincerely. That's why new education policy said that minimum regulation, maximum freedom. Enough freedom is given to the institutions who are sincere in promoting the quality education. So, having said that, let us move to the next point, because everybody is talking about new education policy giving all the n number of issues. Yes, it has set the scope and given opportunity for educational institutions, stakeholders to do some best. But most important issue is the multidisciplinary institutions and the curriculum and its development. NEP is suggesting that try to move towards or get converted the standalone institutions into multidisciplinary. There is every scope to become multidisciplinary institutions. But the existing approach of preparing the curriculum is at stake. See, I am not saying that all institutions are following blindly a particular course structure or curriculum. There are exceptions. Some institutions are doing very well in preparing the course curriculum and implementing it. But we should not forget that 95% of the institutions in the country are affiliated university institutions. Majority of the institutions are affiliated and they don't have enough choice in preparing the curriculum and implement it. They are only tutorial institutions. They are supposed to teach, complete the syllabus, make the student to write the examination. They don't have enough choice actually. So therefore, we have to take those institutions also into consideration and we have to prepare the curriculum. Again, curriculum, it says precisely what are the objectives of education, what is the nature of syllabus, what should be the strategy, and what will be the nature of evaluation. When it comes to these issues, I would like to share a small example presently where I am working. Our institution is in that process of preparing the curriculum. I would like to share a few experiences out of it. Our institution is allowed to become private university. And our existing institution is 30 years old. Now, naturally, by virtue of its status, government is sanctioned to convert into the private university. Now, we are following in preparing the course structure in such a way that where every student should get an opportunity not only to pursue as per the defined curriculum, also an opportunity to pursue his passion. This resulted in the different type of curriculum setup. For example, vision and mission of the school is a common factor, but these two things must take into consideration of educational objectives, third aspect. Educational objectives will lead to educational outcomes will lead to program objectives. Program objectives further lead to course outcomes and program specific objectives. These are the 5 important issues which we have to consider while preparing the curriculum. Unfortunately, all these years in many universities, particularly conventional universities and affiliated institutions, they prepare the curriculum by adopting maybe the best somewhere in the country, and we try to approve the same by the board of studies, and we are thrusting the same on affiliated institutions to implement it. As a result, what is happening, most of the institutions, without having any type of innovation in practice, monotonously followed and practiced, resulted in the students have lesser and lesser exposure to the modern system of education. But the present employer or 21st century employer is expecting that the student must be digital savvy, ready to adopt the latest technologies, ready to accept the disruptive innovations while carrying out the responsibilities as a employee. But are we making our student to meet the expectations of the employer? To a greater extent, we missed the link. Resultantly, what is happening, we have more and more unemployed students, more so unemployable people in the society. New education policy precisely focused on this particular thing and tried to influence the educational institutions to have a different type of curriculum development and prepare the same and implement the same. Unfortunately, we failed to map the course outcomes with the program outcomes of program objectives of a particular course. Because we failed to map these things, we typically prepare some curriculum and we implemented, resulted in mismatch between what is expected in the business and industry and what is that we are offering. This is the best opportunity provided by the new education policy to fill the gap. So therefore, if any institution has to survive in the days to come, you cannot imitate or you cannot adapt the what is decided by somebody, and you have to have your own, and that must be very, very innovative. If there is an innovative curriculum development and it's a process, and definitely that will attract the students. Now, I would like to say one point here. Majority of the institutions in the country, particularly management institutions, fail to attract good number of students. What is the reason? There is no innovation in the institution itself. So therefore, people are not ready to come forward because they are not ready to sacrifice their career in that institutions. Therefore, everybody is talking about students are not coming and joining in our institutions. So something has to be done. No. We cannot ask somebody to do something, but we have to do something on our own. We have to introspect ourselves that what type of innovative curriculum that we are offering to the institution students. And if you assess itself, I am sure that there is enough gap and fill that particular gap. So design the curriculum in such a way that it must meet the future requirements of the industry, and that will go well, gel well with the integration with the national education policy's expectation and meeting the international requirements. Therefore, all this time we have been following some type of Western approach. Now the time has come to look into inside and then come back with a innovative approaches. If that is possible, then there is every possibility that new education policy outcomes will be much more positive. Before I close, I would like to tell you one small incident. a couple of months back, one company conducted interviews to recruit the people, and where I was also there as one of the member of the panel in recruiting the students. And one girl student appeared before the interview board. Panel members asked a couple of questions. There is no response from the candidate. And finally, the panel members fed up with the candidate and said that one expert said, "How many marks you got in your MBA?" She said that 85%. 85% marks you got in your MBA, and you are not able to respond even to basic questions. She wept for a while out of emotion. She asked one question: "Who asked you to give 85% to me? Now you are asking this question and linking between my performance with my marks." So it is a shocking question to all the institutions, and also the policy makers or stakeholders of the educational institutions, that giving free mark just because we don't have any control. No need to have any control in giving the marks, because out of the way. But when it comes to the performance, performance is very, very minimum. Therefore, it is essential to relate the assessment system of the student effectively. Therefore, when we say the educational objectives are like this is the content that we are delivering, and this is the strategy that we are implementing, but we failed miserably in evaluating the student. And before that, one more point I would like to add here. Typically, we have 5 modules in any subject. That's what I always say, that 2 years course, 4 semester, in each semester 7 subjects, in each subject 5 modules, and 8 questions and 5 answers, 85 marks. This structure we followed, and therefore we failed. The impact of the same is seen in the performance of our own students. Therefore, it is the time to reinvent the wheel differently and offer the same. Again, 95% of the institutions in the country, they typically follow the traditional conventional teaching method. You said that student-centric. No, majority of the institutions are not in that line. Where is the question? There is no place for role playing, no place for simulation, no place for case studies. Many more experiential learning practices are not there in the classrooms of many institutions. Therefore, the situation is like this. So, in view of all these things, instead of blaming the regulator, let us try to look inside and come out with something. Let us welcome the new education policy, and with the true spirit, let us implement the same instead of looking at the education policy or something else. It is our country. It is our responsibility. Our future is in the present hands. Therefore, let us try to develop the next generation with a vibrant workforce so that they can bring enough change in the society, and definitely we can play a bigger role not only in the country and also in the world, where our institutions will get better ranking, better research, better focus. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Reddy, for talking about how NEP can influence the fundamental framework of the delivery of the courses as well as the pedagogy. Thank you for that. Now I request Professor Shiride to take the dais and talk about.
It's 1 o'clock now. Chairman and my colleague, both of them, they have covered each and everything related with national education policy. Even in morning session, Dr. Ashok Joshi, the opening batsman, he has made the century. And therefore, those who are reserved, they don't have a scope to play and to bridge the gap by playing a single run. And I am here at this particular position now. Well, first of all, let me congratulate STC for organizing this particular roundtable with the deep thought process, and I appreciate the approach of the management along with a very serious efforts taken by Director Nandagopal. And therefore, you really deserve all these particular appreciations. New education policy, that is National Education Policy 20, says future of education is collaboration. And this roundtable is nothing but collaboration. And these collaborative efforts will further bring out something new. It is acknowledged by all the hands that the knowledge is the power. But the COVID-19 and pandemic, they taught us digitalization is a wear and knowledge is not only the power. Power associated with the wear will bring out a something change. And we are looking for this particular type of the change. I will refer few things and then I will refer a bird's eye view related with this national education policy. Because this Dr. Upinderji and Narayan Reddy, they have covered micro as well as macro aspects. And repetitively saying same and same thing will not give you anything new. Survival of the fittest is accepted by everyone. National education policy insists on survival of the fastest without compromising quality and ethics. And therefore, a new slogan, that is survival of the fastest without compromising in quality and ethics. Swami Vivekananda and the Mahatma Gandhi, both of these particular, the great philosophers in the world, what they have mentioned? They have mentioned very crystal clear that education is the foundation. And this foundation is based on what? This foundation is based on to build the character of young students, to make the man 360 degree as far as the development of his family, state and the nation is concerned, and man building exercise as far as the education is concerned. All seniors, those who are senior to me, they will agree, Dr. Ashok Joshi and Dr. Upinderji, Mahatma Gandhi has mentioned Nai Talim. This is the into inverted comma Nai Talim. And what it mentioned in Nai Talim, knowledge plus working, knowledge plus experience will bring out a complete man. That is the character building. Okay. So my point is that national education policy is nothing but bridging all these particular gaps and making our students more perfect as far as the organizations are concerned. And therefore, national education policy is expecting that nimble and flexible system as far as the education is concerned. Now, everybody has to think. I'm not talking about the structure 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. I am talking about plus 3 plus 4. And then we are. Part of 4 also we are there. What is expected in this plus 3 and plus 4? The most important part related with that, what are the expectations of the students from us? what are the expectations of the parents from us, and what are the expectations of the industries or the organizations from us. While developing the curriculum and selecting the teaching learning pedagogy, if we take care of these three aspects, then every institution or the university will have the practical successful model. And what Narayan Reddy has mentioned, whenever we establish, develop, make the innovations in curriculum, what we do, it is known to everybody. I don't want to focus on that. But whether it solves the expected output, expected target, expected expectations from the industry or the organization, not at all. And therefore, the role played by national education policy plays a very significant role. In nutshell, I will put some of the points instead of giving a lot of illustrations. That ABC has been discussed, that is the Academic Bank of Credit, has been discussed. Some of the speakers, they have emphasized on that. But whenever we talk about that, this multiple entry and multiple time of exit, similarly, holistic education and vibrant multidisciplinary approach have been discussed a lot. But it is an instrument of internationalization of education system. So it is the one door which is open. And therefore, as Dr. Doshi has mentioned, that the steel iron particular type of the doors or the windows, we have to break. And when it is possible only when a lot of flexibility is there in the education system. And therefore, multidisciplinary, that is related with what? Choice-based education. You can have the credits from your own institution as well as the other institutions. And therefore, exchange, it is expected that we should have a more of exchange. And we should provide a very dynamic ground as far as the learning is concerned. So learning should be output based. That is what it is expected in the national education policy. I have mentioned about the Gandhian philosophy. That is the learning not only for the sake of the knowledge, but add on, as Dr. Upinder has mentioned very specifically, skill-based education. So 50% theory, 50% practice, or 50, even this is applicable to our faculty also. Faculties, they are teaching in the institutions, colleges, or the universities. We don't have any exposure as far as the industrial experience is concerned. So we should have this particular model that faculty should also go and they should see the industries, how they are working and what type of the skill sets they are required. And whatever we are teaching in the particular type of the different domains and the subjects, whether we are preparing students for a need-based education. Second point that is related with the outcome-based education, which Narayan Reddy has mentioned, that is program outcomes, program-specific outcomes, and the course outcome. It is mentioned in the theory, but as far as the practical result is concerned, a tremendous gap is there where there is a challenge. And whenever I talk about the challenges and the difficulties, try to understand solutions are with us. We should not say that these are the difficulties. Rather, I am having a new approach. Greater the difficulties, welcome the difficulties. And these difficulties, you consider it as the opportunities. Convert it in the form of opportunities. It is not that easy to convert it in the opportunity, but we can. And this is possible. And therefore, whatever system we have developed so far, that is based on 3R, read, remember, reproduce. Now, what is expected in national education policy? Rigor, result, and resilience. And if we want to bridge the gap as far as the knowledge and the digitization is concerned, then certainly we have to change ourselves from first 3R to the next 3R. Then that will give us a something practical approach. Gross enrollment ratio has been discussed a lot. Now, one door which is opened by this national education policy is ODL, that is open and distance learning. And the more emphasis is given on this ODL. To me, I look this particular point towards it will help to bridge the gap between India and Bharat. India and Bharat. And that is possible, and that will enhance in future the gross enrollment ratio. Then the shifting gears from, this is one of the points which I want to appeal to all the dignitaries in this particular hall. And what is that? Whenever I say that we have to shift our gears, we have to shift our gears from content-based assessment to competency-based assessment. Still, even today, we are insisting more on content-based assessment. So rather than it should be competency-based assessment, and indirectly it has been mentioned in the new education policy. And then the business landscape is changing, the business models are changing, and more use of the machine learning, artificial intelligence, robotics, cobot, even SAP, and so many other techniques which has been entered. Now, there is a challenge to the faculties, there is a challenge to the directors and all the authorities, even the management, how our faculty is going to be capable to teach, to face all these particular situations. And therefore, more and more faculty training workshops, more and more faculty development programs has to be conducted frequently. Otherwise, if the faculty do not have this particular type of the exposure, what we expect from the students will not be bridge the gap as expected in the national education policy. And therefore, the most important summation which I am going to make it now, and that will be only points rather than the discussion. Knowledge generation do not have any other solution. Sharing is needed as far as professional and management education is concerned. Co-construction of knowledge and collaboration is a salient feature of national education policy. Skills like digital creativity, innovations, and communication will play a significant role in coming future. Even UNESCO has suggested clusters of skills. As Dr. Ashok Joshi has mentioned, 3,000 minimum number of students are required. And if you don't have that much strength, then you have to join some of the cluster. And these are the clusters where the good institutions will merge directly or indirectly with the new coming institutions. So there we will have a conflict as far as quality and ethics are concerned. And then demand for customized continuous education is a need of the day, and future is resilience. So let us accept one thing, that people who change with the change will survive. They will survive. One way or the other, they will survive. People who change with the change afterwards will be just stepping one foot on the same step for a longer period of time. And the people who cause the change will lead the institution. So let us make ourselves, let us think ourselves, and let us have our creative open eyes that we should be leading as far as not only the management education is concerned, but education in general is concerned. And at the end, while summing up, I will say that for every university, institution, whether it is autonomous, grantable, or whatever it may be, leaders plays a very significant role. That is, the management plays a very significant role. Unless the management gives support, the directors or the administrators will not have that much freedom. So, Subrabande Barvata Samruddhi, that is, efficient management leads to prosperity. And there is no excuse as far as knowledge and skills are concerned. And therefore, in Sanskrit, it has been mentioned, Nahi Jnanena Sadrusham Pavitra Mahavidyate. So there is no substitute for knowledge, but be practical, opened up, accept these particular changes, and get adjusted yourself and
don't work for the survival, but survival of the fastest. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, Professor, for your enlightening pointers. And I really like the way you started your talk on NEP from a philosophical context. So it was a wonderful session, and I extend my sincere thanks to the chairman and the other speakers for making this session a resounding success. I'm sure that your perspective and your thought process will go a long way in equipping all of us to meet the changing landscape of management education in the context of NEP. In the interest of time, we are not opening the house for questions, but being the moderator, I'm taking the liberty to ask one question to the panel. And this is a very abstract question that might interest participants as well. So in the last 15 years, I've been a student, I've been a part of a corporation, I've been a part of a startup. I'm right now an entrepreneur, and I also teach. So my question is from this perspective. I saw that unanimously all of you agreed that there is a huge gap between what is taught and what the industry requires. And a lot of institutes are not able to do justice to the students in terms of bridging this gap. Although you spoke about few tools such as case study and projects, there are inherent policies within that. For example, a lot of our faculties are not equipped for case study method of teaching. And from a project perspective, at an undergraduate level at least, any student getting into a corporation for a project is looked at as a liability. They essentially used for bringing tea, coffee, and all the other ancillary menial jobs. So coming from that context, we hold, as a society, we hold corporations responsible for social welfare in the name of CSR. We hold corporations responsible for pollution and environment. Why don't we hold corporations responsible for education? Let's say call it as corporate teaching responsibility, CTR, wherein is there a possibility where the government or the regulator can mandate each and every corporation, let's say above a particular profit level, to send in their resources to clock certain teaching hours every year, and as a requirement with the other compliances that the corporation has to face? This is my question to you.
See, another feature of this NEP 2020 is very clear stress on industry education interface. It says that education cannot be offered in isolation. The industry should be closely integrated. Therefore, on various bodies, policy making bodies, curriculum making bodies, there has to be representation of industry. This is one way of integration. Another, I mentioned about practice professors. Who will they be? They will be, in the case of management education, from industry. So they can be for tenure. If they are really delivering what is required, tenure can be extended. So they will be different from normal professors. So they will be called professors of practice or practice professors. Similarly, this policy is talking about social impact of education. That means education cannot be just for degree. It must have an impact on the society. That is also, it is also mentioning that. Another important thing, on every fourth or fifth page of the report, it is a 66-page report. On every fourth or fifth page, it is mentioned regulation has to be tight, light but tight. It indicates what? Light but tight. That means regulation has to be there, but we have not to be controllers. Regulators have not to be controllers as it is today. We are not to control. Regulators have to monitor. Monitoring has a must, so that no institution goes heavy. But it won't be controlled, that no, that arm twisting won't happen. So it has to be light but tight. Monitoring will be more important during the times to come. And HECI is being created Higher Education Commission of India, and all these regulating bodies. We are today having 16 regulating bodies. Except Medical Council of India and Bar Council, most of the other regulatory bodies are going to be part of HECI. So HECI will have 4 verticals. One vertical will be dealing with various regulation of various programs, various disciplines. But then more focus will be on monitoring, not control. Have I answered your question? Thank you. All of us mentioned about this ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. It is just like savings bank account. You see, we put some money in the account, then we withdraw some money and use it. But if we don't operate an account for a certain period, say 3 years, 4 years, it becomes dead. Same way, Academic Bank of Credits is not, credits cannot be used anytime in the life. No, the life of credits is 7 years. So within 7 years, credits are to be utilized. Thank you.
Just to add into that, see, in all our curriculum, whatever is prepared and designed, learning from corporate leaders plays a very significant role in management education. So, in our pedagogy, it should be a priority feature that seeing is unbelieving. If the corporate people are coming and sharing their experience, may not be directly related with the particular topic or may not be directly related with the particular subject, but how industries are working and what are the expectations from the students, and then a special meeting organized for the faculties also, what are the expectations of the faculties. That will really give the answer of your question. Thank you very much. And I agree with what Dr. Upinderji has mentioned. See, the ABC is again having a lot of openings, but at the same time restrictions are there, and that time limit which we have to accept. So thank you very much.
I would like to add a small point here. When it comes to the industry and education institution, the trust is the most important criteria. We approach the industry with a particular objective. When we approach the industry suspects that these institutions are coming with a particular purpose, whereas monetary issues are involved. So it is essential for all of us to create a trust between the two and take the advantage out of the close collaboration from the non-monetary dimension. Okay, thank you.
I thank the dignitaries for throwing light on NEP. Now I request the Honorable Principal to honor and present the memento to the dignitaries on the dais. I request the Honorable Principal to honor and present the memento to the dignitaries on the dais. I request the Principal to honor and present memento to Dr. Upinder Dar, Vice Chancellor, Shri Vaishnav Vidyapith Vishwa Vidyalaya Indore. Thank you, sir. Now I request a principal to honor Professor Narayana Reddy, Director, Shri Vidya Niketan, Institute of Management, Andhra Pradesh. Thank you, sir. I now request a principal to honor Dr. Shrude, Vice Chancellor, Balaji Institute of Management, Pune. Sorry. Thank you, sir. I thank the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais for sharing light on NEP. The technical session 2 will resume after lunch break. We have a break of 45 minutes. Dignitaries and participants can help yourself at your hall for lunch. Student volunteers will guide you. We are breaking for a lunch break of 45 minutes. Thank you all.
తీసుకొని వచ్చేస్తాను నేను. ఇది ఒక రోజు కూడా నాకు అసలు మనశ్శాంతి లేదు. సాటర్డే ఒక సమస్య, సండే ఒక సమస్య. జేఈ మెయిన్స్ సెకండ్ సెక్షన్ బుక్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఓపెన్ అవ్వట్లే. ఆ కాలేజ్ చేశారు.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello,
Yes, you are
hello,
audible. Yes, you are
hello,
audible.
hello, 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 hello. Doctor, hello. Doctor. என்ன டாக்டர் வாங்கிட்டு வைவா முடிஞ்சது இல்ல அப்ப டாக்டர் ஆயாச்சு இல்ல அப்புறம் திரும்பி பார்க்காம போனீங்க
Check.
Yes, please start the video.
Good afternoon all. Technical session 2 is about to begin. I request the participants to kindly be seated in your respective places. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. This is a time to start our technical session 2. Now I call upon Dr. Uday Salunke, Group Director, Principal, Ellen Willinger Institute of Management Development and Research, Mumbai, who is going to chart the session. I welcome you, sir. Next, I call upon Professor Anand Manohar Agarwal, Professor, Vice Chancellor of GLA University, UP. I welcome you, sir, who is going to act as one of the speakers for this technical session 2. It's my privilege to call Dr. Parakalkar, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Acting as a speaker for this technical session, I welcome you, sir. Now I call upon our director, Mr. S.V. Srikanth, going to act as a moderator for this session. So simultaneously, we are going to conclude the session also. The concluding session, Dr. Ajit Singh Mar, Director General, Guru Nanak Institute of Management, Mumbai, who is going to conclude the session. I welcome you, sir. Dr. Sugas Patnekar, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai. He is going to give a special address for the concluding session. I welcome you, sir. Our director, S.V. Srikanth, is going to act as the moderator for this technical session. So time to introduce our director. Mr. S.V. Srikanth is our MBA graduate from Xavier School of Business, Jamshedpur. He has contributed a great deal to Indian truck OEM Ashok Leyland at the managerial cadre and has rich experience as a senior consultant in Capgemini Consulting. He is currently the business partner in PG group of companies. His passion for management studies has passed him to do a doctoral research in human resource management. I welcome you, sir.
A very warm good afternoon to all the members on the dais, members of the dais. Hope everyone had a good lunch, and it is in fact a big challenge in front of me, because this is a challenge what all the faculty members used to face to handle the students post lunch. And today I have been given the challenge by our DT to handle such a session immediately after lunch, and that too most of the members relished the lunch. Hopefully, I think this session is going to be very interactive, as good as the lunch which we all had. So, I welcome all the members on behalf of Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College for this Deans and Directors Roundtable Conference, which has been in partnership with AIMS, All India Management School Association. And a special thanks to our Director General, Dr. Nandagopal, who has been the main person responsible for organizing this event and making this a successful event. So, moving on to this particular session, the session's topic is challenges in NEP. And in the morning session, we had various members who are addressing about NEP in management education. In this particular session, we'll be more specific on challenges in NEP. And we have a list of esteemed dignitaries on the stage who will be sharing their experience and views on this NEP policy. And about this session will be headed by Dr. Uday Salunke. Welcome, sir. And he is the Group Director of Wellington Institute of Management. And we have the speakers, Professor Anand Mohan Agarwal, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor of GLA University, UP. Welcome, sir. And we have one more speaker, Dr. Parag Kalkar, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Welcome, sir. And as a special request, we have the members of the other session, Dr. Ajit Singh Mar Singh Teti, who is the Director General of Guru Nanak Institute of Management, Mumbai. Welcome, sir. And we have Dr. Sudas Pednekar, Vice Chancellor of the University of Mumbai, who will be giving a special address. So, on behalf of all the members, students, and faculty members of STC, we welcome all the members who have come forward to participate in this session. And I would like to give a small introduction about the chairman of the session and the other speakers of the session for the knowledge of the members. Professor Dr. Uday Salunke, who is the Group Director of V School. He heads the SP Mandalai Principal, Ellen Wellington Institute of Management, Development and Research, V School as its Group Director. An edupreneur, thought leader, and a turnaround specialist, Dr. Salunke's passion for leadership, design thinking, and innovation has helped V School carve itself a niche in the space of management education. He has the distinction of being the recipient of the prestigious Eisenhower Fellowship of USA, which identifies, empowers, and links leaders across the globe, empowering them further to make the much needed impact. Dr. Uday Salunke has been a scholar at the Linnaeus Palm program at the Magdalene University in Sweden. He has extensive years of experience both in academia and corporate world. He has to its credit various pioneering programs and initiatives along with many research publications. He is on the board of many national and international organizations. Currently, he is the chairperson of the Review Commission of Gujarat National Law University. He is the chairman of the Education Committee of the Council of European Union Chambers of Commerce in India. He is the director of the board of the Society for Mumbai Incubation Lab for Entrepreneurship, briefly called as SMILE, and he is also the director of the Social Entrepreneurship Incubation of Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai. Dr. Uday is the past president of the Association of Indian Management Schools, AIMS. He is also the former chairman of the Local Managing Committee, Association of Management Development Institutions in South Asia, India chapter. Dr. Uday strongly believes that NEP has paved the way for a transformed education in India, thereby ensuring an equal opportunity to all the education seekers. He is keen on development towards NEP and seeks to look at management education in the light of the new education policy. We are all extremely happy and we welcome Dr. Uday to head this session. And I would like to give a brief introduction of the members, other members. Professor A.M. Agarwal. Professor Anand Mohan Agarwal is an academician, education administrator, and a renowned corporate citizen. An administrator par excellence, his working experience spread across a span of almost 3 decades, wherein he has been at the important positions of reputed institutions. A PhD from ISMD handed, he completed his graduation as well as MBA from BIT Mesra. He started his career from ISM Dhanbad in 1984. Then he moved to AICT as its director. Further, he joined IGNO as a professor in 1999 and then back to AICT as an advisor in the year 2000. In 2001, Dr. A.M. Agarwal came back to his alma mater, namely BIT Mesra, whereon he went to become the dean. He joined at BIT International Center, Muscat, as the director and dean in 2005. The rare blend of technical and managerial education which he gained during his scholarly days came handy for its purpose. Dr. A.M. Agarwal has more than 35 publications in reputed journals and has been awarded the Best Paper Award twice by the Indian Institution of Industrial Engineers. He has guided 9 PhD scholars and has written 1 book. He has been the member of various committees including NAC and NBA. Continuing his progression, Professor Agarwal joined OMZ, that is Oman, as General Manager of Knowledge Initiatives, wherein he had been serving for the past 2 years before joining GLA University, Mathura, as the Pro Vice Chancellor. We welcome you, Dr. Agarwal. Professor Dr. Parag Kalkar. Dr. Parag Kalkar of the Pune University, currently working as the director of the Singhad Institute of Management, Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management member of Academic Council at the Savitribai Phule Pune University. He is a dean of the Faculty of Commerce and Management of the Pune University. Dr. Parag Kalkar has worked for more than 21 years as an academic council member, Senate member on various exam and academic committees under the Savitribai Phule Pune University. He has worked as the campus director and CEO at the Singhad campus in Lonavala. He has worked as the deputy registrar of the Singhad institutions. He has prepared and conducted training programs in Larsen and Toubro, L&T for your health and happiness. He has published 36 research papers in national and international research journals, and he has co-authored and authored more than 17 books. He is also a member of AIMS and is associated with International Stress Management Association, ISMA, India. He is a life member of ISTE, ICA, ISC, NIPM, NHRD, IMA Alumni Associations. We welcome you, Dr. Parag Kalkar. Moving on to the other members, Dr. Ajit Singh Teti. Dr. Ajit Singh Teti is the founder and Director General of Guru Nanak Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai. He is the recipient of being one of the top 51 Sikhs of the country by the leading publishing house, Bennett and Coleman, also known as the Times Group. He was appointed as the principal of GN Kalasa College, Mumbai in the year August 2001, and in the year 2002, he has established Guru Nanak Institute of Management Studies in Mumbai. Dr. Ajit Singh has possessed a wide administrative experience that has made him worthy to occupy varied posts like member of the Standing Committee, Scrutiny Committee, University Sports Committee, Finance and Accounts Committee, etc. He was a member of the Academic Council of the University of Mumbai and the Senate member at the University of Mumbai for 2 consecutive terms since 2001. He was a member of the Management Council, All India, also associated with the University of Mumbai and the Steering Committee and the Planning Commission of the Government of India. He is a member of the Guru Gobind Singh Endowment, and he is also the ex-president of the Minority Management Institutions, Mumbai. He is inspired by the values of Sikh cosmopolitanism and tries to keep up with the principles put forward by the 10 gurus of the Sikh pantheon. His philosophy of life is to keep things simple and sweet. Thank you, sir. We welcome you, sir. Last but not least, we have with us Professor Suhas Pednekar. Professor Suhas Pednekar is currently the Vice Chancellor of the University of Mumbai and was the principal of the Ramnarayan Ruya College, one of the leading colleges in India. Professor Pednekar has completed his postdoctoral studies in green chemistry at the Stevens Institute of Technology in USA. He has more than 28 years of experience in the field of higher education as a teacher, research guide, administrator, resource person, principal investigator in various government and other research projects. For his remarkable contribution in the field of higher education, Professor Pednekar has been conferred with the award of the best teacher by the government of Maharashtra in the year 2012. Very recently, he has been honored with the prestigious National Level Best Chemistry Teacher Award by the Tata Chemicals Limited in association with the Association of Chemistry Teachers, Royal Society of Chemistry and the CII. Professor Pednekar has been a member of various professional bodies such as Indian Chemical Society, Catalysis Society of India, Indian Science Congress, Society of Biomaterials and Artificial Organs, India, Indo-American Society, Indian Merchants Chamber, Indian Association of Chemistry Teachers, and the Vinyana Bharati, Mumbai, etc. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and being part of this. So the session we have planned in such a way that it will be for around 1.5 hours. And initially, we will have all the members sharing their sharing their thoughts on what is going to be the challenges of NEP. And post all the members giving their address, we will have an open Q&A session. So any of the members who wants to ask any specific question to any of the members can write down their questions and pass it down, and we'll have an informative session. And another request is, since this is a post-lunch session, I would request all the members to actively participate and increase the momentum of this session. So thank you all.
Hi, good afternoon. Nice to see you all. Very satiated, satisfied with a great lunch. I'm sure Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College and under the leadership of our own Nandagopalji. Looks like from everybody's faces that everybody is very satisfied and they're ready for takeoff moment the program starts. Doesn't matter. I think we'll have to do our job, you'll have to do your job. And I know for sure that post-lunch session is really, really challenging. It's not easy. But thanks, Shrikant, the very young, dynamic leader, Shrikant, the Vice Chancellor of University of Mumbai, Dr. Suhas Pednekar ji, a dear friend, even a board member. And we worked together for almost 25 years. He was being in Ruya College and I'm with Wellinger. He accepted to be here. That's nice to us for being here. Our own president, Ajit Singh ji, who keeps everything simple and sweet all the time. And ever smiling gentleman, he landed here from Singapore. So you can understand, actually, the commitment is par excellence from our president himself. That's why we planned that way. Parag ji has represented the big team from Pune.
Many of them are missing because of many reasons, but Paragji, nice to be here. Agrawalji, absolutely North is looking forward to you. And my fellow former board members, my current former presidents with the family members who are present here. So that's really nice. My executive board members who are present here, Venkateshwaruji, other dear friends from the management fraternity. I could see many friends from other parts and specifically even from Hyderabad and other places as well. And the other faculty colleagues from this college. And I'm sure I just met Venkateshji, who's the vice chairman of this trust. Somoji, who's the principal as well. And I'm sure other board members who are present here. In fact, I feel great to be here because I've heard so much about this college from Nandagopalji. And we could get a sense from the flight as an aerial view as well. The locality seems to be very promising. And being on the ground also, we feel very nice. So thanks for the invitation. And I'm just going to probably turn the topic bit upside down. As I was mentioned, that the topic is challenges in NEP. Personally, I always believe the challenges are always opportunities. And AIMS is already representing under the leadership of Dr. Ajay Singh ji, our former president Sujata Mangraj ji, and other committee members for our own grievances, our own challenges with respect to NEP. And we all feel at a kind of, at a macro level, the representation has not been given good enough for the management education. But still, I'm sure that will go on. We already represented there formally. But still, I feel what a best way we can leverage NEP and overall thought process that we must do it, whether our demands get accepted or not. But I'm sure the positive part of NEP we must leverage and move forward. Now, from that point of view, somewhere deep down, I feel the broad highlights which are really making you think from what to how. How part of the thinking is absolutely very, very critical. What was known to every one of us. The other aspect which is coming into picture as a highlight is very strongly as a equity and inclusion, which is certainly there. We really find that the emphasis on tech enablement is definitely there. The tech is going to be absolutely bringing the new future for us, which you have seen already during the pandemic period. This also gives one brilliant opportunity for the student community and students being our center of focus for this thought process, that how we can nurture every student in a customized manner with respect to his or her aspirations and probably dreams. And probably how we can raise the bar overall as a society, as a nation, instead of mere focusing on the quantity in terms of 40,000 higher education colleges, maybe even though if we need to restrict to lesser numbers, but can we learn from each other? Can we really think in the belief of maybe co-creation point of view or co-production point of view, but move together in a better manner and to raise the bar of management education. There's somewhere when I'm looking at challenges and which I just said that opportunity point of view, I'll just mention the titles of the opportunity spaces which are getting opened up in this particular thought process for NEP, and maybe a couple of points within that, how probably we can leverage. Because I believe, Shrikant, we're supposed to take up about maybe 8 to 10 minutes approximately, and then there's a Q&A. The Q&A will be far more exciting as usual. The first and foremost opportunity space is institutional restructuring and consolidation, which is a kind of space which is kind of opened up because of this. And therein, within that, as it is already being mentioned, sometimes you may find it is a bit of repetition compared to morning, but we ourselves were not present in the morning, so we can't really sense what is being repeated, but I'm sure you may have to tolerate with us. The first and foremost, very clearly with respect to multidisciplinary. Now, multidisciplinary kind of aspect, definitely we ourselves feel that we already, management institutions are already multidisciplinary by virtue of maybe marketing, finance, HR ops, and other streams as well, and maybe certain verticals as well. But yes, we've been probably expected to go beyond that to even social sciences, ethnography, anthropology. And I'm sure some of the business schools already in the country were doing that. Without being asked by the NEP, maybe some of us were doing that from the ages, because we looked at something like Stanford Design School and what others are doing in the world.
and many other, I'll say, business schools were following liberal arts and ethnography, anthropology beyond the streams of management. So I think, but still, I think that's a good opportunity open for us. Within this, very clearly, we get the opportunity to club ourselves, maybe with our own sister institutions, and learn from that. I'm sure college like this, probably with your arts, science, commerce streams, even management can get merged, learn from each other, move forward. But at the same time, some of the other institutions, one is beyond sister institutions, you can look at your proximity wise, the institutions which are nearby. Suppose for us, if it is a VJTI, we are in Matunga in Mumbai. So next to us is VJTI there, we are in Matunga and Bangalore as well. So both the campuses which we have, and I'm sure you must have heard Anil in the morning as well. So you'll really find we may sign up with the VJTI, which we're already working with them. We may sign up with UD City, now ICT, which we definitely will work with them. And a couple of others like Khalsa. And Khalsa, we're already working. Khalsa is again very old, again college, along with the GNMS as a business school from 1937. So we're already working with them. But yes, many others probably wherein we haven't yet started such kind of working together, we get that opportunity by virtue of working together by your association or maybe by MOU or so, or maybe some other departments or industry as well. And with industry, definitely we can far closely work for the localized context. That localized context is very important when we are speaking about the employability for the students and even learning for the faculties as well. We all need to go back to the industry, that what way we can learn from them, because we can't teach, we can't design a curriculum in isolation, so which may not happen. That is certainly there. So these some of the aspects, certainly you'll find that yes, under this particular space of institutions is open. Second aspect is more on the autonomy side. You get far more autonomy through this and getting into flexibility, because today's name of the game place or name of the game is flexibility, agility, which we talk about. So flexibility already given to you by AICT to great extent, but beyond that as well. You get a lot of kind of a clear opportunity for flexibility in terms of curriculum and maybe for mastering the further progress. Curriculum point of view, when you're looking into it, this gives you opportunity at least to the tune of maybe about 25% to 40% you can move to even online side. So that online gives you opportunity whenever students happen to be not in the campus or four walls of the classroom as a brick and mortar, but students are in marketplace, maybe in Coimbatore or maybe in Mumbai, maybe in Chennai, still can they attain the classes? It's quite possible. So earlier it used to be difficult. So I think that's the way we can design ourselves and which is officially being recognized. Certainly 25% can be face to face, but that is also quite important, which is there. Maybe to great extent of 50% is emphasis on the building up the skills from the employability point of view or those competencies which will be life skills point of view as well. So taking it forward in these aspects is very important. And when we say that skills which you develop, I'm sure many of your institutions South participates actively in hackathons organized by Minister of HRD, Education Ministry, be it hackathons, be it similar kind of institute innovation councils and multiple initiatives like this, you'll really find those skill set will be very important. So the way in which you can design that kind of universal curriculum, you get a lot of mandate, which is certainly there. And parallelly, as internationalization has been opened up, so many foreign universities, foreign institutions, companies are keen on joining hands with India. Just about a week, 10 days back, myself, Dr. Suhas, we were together in a couple of countries and we were sensing that many of those universities are actually looking forward to NEP. And one of the statement which probably I must mention, I'll just read out that. One of the vice chancellor from university in Australia. In fact, that vice chancellor specifically mentioned that NEP is a wonderful opportunity for us to innovate. But they are saying that opportunity for them to innovate. He's the deputy vice chancellor from Australia, from Wales, and he's also saying this is a wonderful opportunity. This was on, I believe, it's about a couple of days back in Economic Times. So you'll really find the market is actually looking at that how probably India is going to make use of this. And they're looking at, can they float the campuses in India, or maybe to begin with, at least partnerships with India. And I'm sure you must have read UK, big delegations coming to India. So many more people are coming to India. We need to be only proactive to take it forward. That's a wonderful opportunity which I see. The third opportunity space is on optimal learning environments and support to students. Now, you'll really find this will really compel us in a way to develop a tech ecosystem. With that tech ecosystem, definitely the support system can be enhanced. The future as we're looking forward to is driven by the disruption because of tech. So we probably can develop ourselves in the space of AR, VR, the entire spectrum of IoTs of the world. And I'm sure many of you must be keeping track of the Gartner hype curve. What that hype curve talking about currently in practice, what is the passé, what the future looks like. So that's a way that life cycle curve, probably we can look into it for products which will develop. This will also give us opportunity clearly for, as I mentioned earlier, just as a blending point of view, blended learning point of view on the field and campus. So only campus is not required, which you can take it forward. The financial point of view, scholarships can be emphasized on by the NEP as well, to the extent of even 50% who took the admissions, and maybe 20% minimum you must do it. That is a challenge, definitely, because that will impact adversely on our own entire kind of inflow and outflow as well. So that those issues, some of the issues we must probably look into that, how we can take it forward. From the academic bank of credit point of view, we should look into it. Even the digital storage will be there, but at the same time, the transfer of credits from other institutions or cluster point of view also, we can probably look into it. So I somewhere feel with the multiple entry and multiple exit for the students, the situation will be far better. Because many students in India, if I take an example of you in Maharashtra, by the term of SSC, almost 50% students are dropped out. By 12th standard, 25% are dropped out. By graduation, further almost close to 13% are dropped out. And because for MBA or PGDM, 50% is minimum requirements, further 6% is dropped out. So you'll really find 94% of the students are not eligible even to apply for management. So does that mean that they are not supposed to be leaders? They are not supposed to be the future managers? It seems to be very ridiculous, frankly. And we have experimented and we have proved that it is wrong, certainly wrong. So I think this will, despite of challenges at the family front, despite all the challenges of the access to education, the students will get opportunity with respect to multiple entry, exit. And we as the learners, even though we wish to pursue in a modular manner or nano kind of modular manner, I'm sure I think we'll also get those opportunities to take it forward. And one can fast track the overall, I'll say, learning cycle for himself or herself. The next, I'll say, opportunity space is more on motivated, energized, and capable faculty. We always speak on the forum of AIMS, in our board meetings, in many of our, I'll say, conferences, that academic leadership is of extremely important in any of the school, colleges, business schools even. And along with that, the competent faculties, capable faculties is must. There's no alternative. There's non-negotiable, very clearly. Now, keeping that in mind, here somewhere you are getting opportunity in terms of the overall process to be revamped from faculty recruitment, the faculty development, faculty retention, and within that even one can look into incentivization, the reward scheme, scholarships, how we can motivate them, how we can give them exposure, not only in India, but in the world. So that's the way, in fact, at least one can build the academic leadership also in the marketplace. Other than this, the other opportunity space is technology use and integration point of view. As we always talk about, the era is for digital transformation. We don't know who's going to be our competitors for the future. Which edu credit or edu tech company is going to be our competitor, be it from India, be it from the Valley, or be it from somewhere else. We don't know who's going to be our competitor. And students will not probably just come to the campus because of the tag which we give them of their qualification. Over a period of time, students will see really what is my value add. And that value add, they're quite keen about it. Now, from that digital collaboration point of view, how one can use technology and integration, and if we move forward for collaboration with this, for the student point of view, staff point of view, and even faculty point of view, along with other institutions, and leverage technology there. Today, we may find it difficult, like suppose if I wish to join hands with this college, Saraswati College, probably physically anybody traveling here or the students or faculty traveling from here to Mumbai or Bangalore would be still challenging. But with this entire ecosystem which got developed because of thanks to COVID in a positive manner, if you look at it. So I think it even online is like kind of, real time kind of situation. So one should really leverage that. And the entire spectrum, as I mentioned, of AI/ML and IoTs of the world, which is very, very important. We were just saying in Sweden about how robotics being used for the social causes. So robotics kind of area, maybe your app kind of process automation point of view, I think all those can be leveraged very much. And working with the industry, using technology is very much possible. At TCS, you'll find TCS runs Digital Impact Square as a lab. Now TCS recruits across the world, across the country. Now taking it forward, those kind of areas. SEBI started recruiting across the country and using tech as a kind of space. So many such opportunities will be open. Many, I'll say, summer internships or winter internship for the students would be open across the world. We never thought of summer internship would be so important. But in 2021 itself, we could place about more than 65 students for the global summer internships. And next year, higher than that. And you will find the placement salaries have increased substantially compared to even in 1920 era. Now that happened because I believe the kind of exposure which we could enhance. So I think we should look at this in a positive way. The next opportunity space is on catalyzing quality-driven academic research with NRF coming into picture. I'm sure NRF is going to pump in a lot of money, but maybe for the funded institutions, but still getting into research in innovation space, into what kind of leadership is required for innovation or innovative leadership. Now, those aspects really we should get into. And if you take that forward with the research partnerships with HEIs, be it with the industry, be it with associations like AIMS, maybe CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, or maybe funding agencies, government projects as well, university projects as well. So I think we need to believe in that collaboration kind of aspect very closely. The last, in fact, opportunity space is on professional education side, definitely wherein we should go beyond the normal framework. Now we could get a sense in the Germany, in fact, just about 10 days back, they're focusing, the entire world is focusing on the sustainable development or SDGs of the world because they know the impact which has been brought on environment, overall climate change, energy scarcity point of view, water scarcity point of view, and similar kind of challenges, maybe in the developed world and even developing world as well. So keeping that in mind, many programs, many courses, long-term, short-term can be worked on the sunrise industry, which is going to be quite important. My gut feel, I think this can be leveraged in a very positive way. Only we should, you look at me, I look at you. That's the way if you could move forward. Things are beautiful. And I'll be really very happy along with my fellow panel members to look forward to your questions and enrich ourselves. Thank you very much, Nandu Gopalji, for inviting us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Uday. And thank you, Dr. The topic was on challenges in NEP, but Dr. Uday was very positive on the opportunities which the institutions and the student community are going to get in terms of NEP. He was very optimistic and he was talking about the various opportunities right from institution restructuring, wherein the institutions who are proximate, closely located can try to join together and develop localized content in terms of the content for the students and flexibility. The major emphasis was on technology because COVID-19 has brought a lot of changes in the way in which we live. Similarly, in the way in which education has changed in the last 2 years is phenomenal. Nobody would have believed that students sitting in class, students sitting somewhere and faculties addressing from their classrooms. And NEP gives an opportunity for this 75-25. Like students can even take their classes online and students can come in person also. Another opportunity is internationalization. Many institutions can try to partner with institutions abroad and it is an opportunity to innovate and develop a good learning environment. But and most importantly is the dropout ratio is going to come down in terms of if we successfully bring in NEP, because due to various reasons, lots of students drop out in the middle of their courses. And this multiple entry and exit is going to give an opportunity for all the students. Some of the challenges which Dr. Uday felt we might face is transfer of credits, developing a good faculty life cycle right from their recruitment and keeping them motivated. And most importantly is to make them quality driven research, making them towards quality driven research. This is just a summary of what Dr. Uday has given, and we will be happy to hear from the other panel members. I request Professor Anand Mohan Agarwal to address the members for 5 to 10 minutes.
Dr. Uday. Dr. Uday, Vice Chancellor Dr. Pendekar, President Ames, Dr. Ajit Singh, Dr. Parag, the moderator Srinath, other distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I have been hearing this since morning, and everyone has heard. What I am going to say is from the angle of Tier 2 and Tier 3 city colleges, because the problem in the metros or Tier 1 cities is not going to be that much, but the problem in Tier 2, Tier 3 and other colleges is going to be much more, because I start with first challenge, that is the faculty availability. I have done some very random survey of about 800 teachers in UP and Jharkhand, where I am closely associated, that how many of them had first or second preference to be a teacher. And you will not believe the ratio was just 10%. The 10% of them said or raised their hand that yes, sir, teaching was my first choice. And to have more facts associated with that, I don't know about Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. The MTech education, which is the minimum requirement for a engineering faculty, has practically become non-attending course. At least in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, UP, Bihar, Jharkhand and other states. Every student who comes to the institute for admission says, sir, I'll come, I'll give exam, but no classes. So from where we are going to get faculty, because we have been talking of AI, ML, robotics, collaborative programs, from where we will get good teachers, I do not know. And before I just proceed, let me just correct my current affiliation. I have recently moved from GLA University to United University in Allahabad. So that is just for your information. So what is going to happen that with this kind of very ambitious national education policy, the faculty availability is going to be the biggest challenge for the institutions. It is there in Tier 1 metro city also, but very high in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. The second associated figure with that is, again, I do not know what is the salary structure in Tamil Nadu right now or this side, but in the Hindi belt, the salary of a lecturer, so-called assistant professor, is still below 50,000, which is not even as per 6th pay commission. If you see the, and I'm sure my colleagues from North will agree to it, So naturally, you throw peanuts, you get, you know what you will get. But then the associated figure is the payment capacity of the students as fees. We can't charge beyond a certain limit. The second thing, which again is from North, my experience, the school education has gone to dogs, and particularly after COVID. It is a big challenge as a teacher or as a pro-vice chancellor for me to make a student sit even for 3 hours a day in the classroom. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm sure people who are from that side, they know it. So first few months, if you are really a serious college and having attendance requirement of 75% for appearing in exam, it is a big, big challenge. Because in school, there is no criteria. In the morning, someone was saying, why did you give me 85%? You have to give. CBSE is giving 95%. If you don't give 95%, parents are going in depression. If my son doesn't get 98% in CBSE, I will go into depression. Whether my son goes or not, I don't know. This is the way we are evaluating our system. And as I told in the morning, I have been in AICT for very long period, and I have seen very closely how things move. Since we have limited time, I'll just touch 2 or more points. We are saying GER 50%. I read one article, if you have to have GER 50% by 2035, you have to open 1 university per week, 50 schools per week. Otherwise, you cannot have that much number. We were having a remark made by one of speakers in the morning, ODL. I have worked in IGNO for 1 year. And if some of you have been associated with IGNO, in 1999, when I was there, we used to get 13,000 students in MBA every 6 months. And today, IGNO is not getting even 1,300 students every 6 months. Because ODL, has, everyone knows, ODL means what? And now with NAC, NIRF, and others saying that if you have 3.25 plus, you can do whatever you want, I don't know where we are heading to. And the last thing which I wanted to say was about the digital penetration. UGC, AICT, everyone is saying you can give 25% online classes, 40% online classes. But where is the connectivity? This during COVID-3, when we had to close our university for about 3 weeks, the students clearly said, sir, we don't have data pack. If you take even 35 minutes classes, by 2 class, our data pack is exhausted. We cannot switch on video because we were insisting you have to switch on your video because otherwise you don't know. He has just joined the class and playing cricket or playing something else. We insisted, he said, sir, we cannot start this. And more so, in the villages, there is no connectivity. So all these challenges we have. Good thing is, government has intention. Challenge is, government does not have money. If we really are talking of research vertical in HECI, if we are really talking of 6% GDP, at least whatever little bit I attend meetings in Delhi sometimes, government doesn't have money. One more thing I will request, and I think Professor will support me. Please do not call yourselves private university. There is no word private university in UGC. It is a university which is funded by a private society. All universities are universities, and this I have been requesting to all my colleagues in different bodies that please do not call private university. There is no such word. We are all universities. Regulators will have to change their mindset. If they don't change, we will give only 60 seats in MBA. We will give only 60 seats in LLB. How will you make 3,000? They are talking, you make cluster of institutions. See, pharmacy cannot join with law. Education cannot join with pharmacy. So it will nothing else but वो एक हम लोग हिंदी में बोलते हैं कहीं का रोड़ी कहीं का क्या पता नहीं I am forgetting it means jugaad things you do it and you say that I will make a big building. So regulators will have to change their mindset. Affiliating concept has to go as early as possible. In Prayagraj, there is a state university which has 650 affiliated college. The Vice Chancellor, I met him the other day, he has been Vice Chancellor for 2 years and he has visited only 4 colleges till now, out of 650. How will you monitor or how will you guide or how will you give them some kind of a leadership knowledge that they can learn something? I said, sir, you can call all the principals to your place and give them some, but then everything moves on. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, Doctor. As rightly said, I don't think even institutions in the cities will find it as a challenge to get qualified faculties. I don't think it's an exception for even for cities. This challenge is universal and it's not pertaining to only the tier 2 or tier 3 towns. And even recruitment companies who come for recruitment have specifically mentioned COVID-19 batch not eligible. So that has been the standard what COVID has brought in terms of education, in terms of distance education. You rightly pointed about the salary structures and also the difficulties in the open and distance learning in terms of how it is going to be framed. And another challenge which you pointed out is about the connectivity in rural places and also the number of institutions, the number game where several colleges are affiliated to a single university and how it is going to be done. And as management people, everybody is there to bring out solutions for problems. I hope this NEP is just the beginning and we'll have several phases of NEP 2 or NEP 3 in the future so that all this kind of problems will be addressed and it is going to be useful for all the members and in terms of having a good education and moving to better standards. Now I request our Dr. Parag Kalkar from Savitribai Phule University to give his address.
Very good afternoon. Thank you, Shrikant. Nandagopal ji, Dr. Uday Salunke, Ajit Singh ji, Anand Mohan Agarwal ji, Suhas Pednekar ji, and all past president, executive board members, directors, deans, faculty members. I would like to just present bullet points since I am listening to all speakers morning. The first, when we discuss about the canvas of higher education, where we have 1,000 plus universities and 56,000 plus colleges. In spite of that, I think we have 27% GER, that is access to higher education. Here we are not talking about the quality of education. So almost 2/3 of our population is out of the purview of higher education, where we are all thinking about Atmanirbhar Bharat and Vishwaguru Bharat, but the basic higher education is not reached to them. I was here referring to the CII and PICCI reports recently. Roughly they say that 80% student from India, they go to the traditional college, that BA, BCom, BSc. Out of this 80% student who join traditional education, 95% student does not possess the required skill to be employable. 20% student goes for the professional education, that is engineering, architecture, management, pharmacy, and so on. Out of that, 80% student who come out of this professional colleges does not possess the required skill to be employable. So here the quality question comes. When we are talking about multiple entry and exit, I think today, as far as our Savitribai Phule Pune University is concerned, there are almost 50 plus autonomous colleges, and there are granted colleges, there are non-granted colleges. The different fee structure is there. So even we find it that student from the granted college want to join an autonomous college, equivalence is the issue. So when it's going to be scaled up, I think technology we have to look for it. Academic bank of credit, I think we are all discussing, but I think there is at a central level, there is still yet to be infrastructure ready, because we have already uploaded our degree certificate, but uploading every mark sheet of every semester of every student, there is no sufficient infrastructure available till next 6 months from now. 4-year UG program, they want to make a traditional courses, because professionally we have already engineering and pharmacy and architecture 4-year program, but for BA, BCom, BSc also 4-year program, but the linkages with the UG and PG, it's not clear so far. How the student will join after doing 4-year BCom to an MBA program or MCom program, that is not very much clear. We already implemented choice-based credit systems in university campus since last 12 years, but in institutions since 2019. But irrespective of all these things, when I look for the examination data, we always understand, irrespective of basket of subject of choices are available. If you have 12 subject available for making choice in finance specialization, 99% students choose the same 2 subjects. So basket is available, but the choice is not there at the university, and we are worried that we are creating thousands of question banks, which is not been utilized for so many years. The same 2. So we are giving a fixed thali in the name of choice-based credit system. Outcome-based education, again, we have to really look for what is the outcome-based education. As Uday sir was rightly said, dropout is there. In commerce, there is a 33% dropout in the city area, and more than that in the semi-urban area. Again, there is a tussle between granted and non-granted education, because granted people have a subject-wise sanction of their post. So they are not ready to move out and come with and join with a new subject. Faculty shortage. There is a 40% faculty shortage, which is not been clear. I think in Maharashtra, we know that last several years, there is a lot of announcement that government will allow to fill up the posts because of this new education policy, but practically not a single post has been allowed to be filled up, not even from the university funds also. We need to get an idea that what will be the roadmap or how we are going to roll out this new education policy, because government want to encourage autonomy and autonomous colleges, but still there are something which is not been clear. The roadmap for the autonomous colleges also. 50% colleges under the university, under my university, they are not even gone for accreditation. Only 50% are gone. If they don't go for the accreditation, the autonomy and degree granting institute is a little bit far away. One example, how we look at new education policy. One of my friend's son want to start his own music studio. For that, he has to first do a B in computer for 4 years. Then he's gone abroad and completed ME in sound engineering. When he come back until he set up his studio, he has to do BA in music. So he spends 4 plus 2 plus 3, that much time. If really we know that 40% credit in the syllabus can be adopted from outside, I think while doing engineering program, he would have done 40% credit either BA music or from ME engineering, and he would have able to complete his required education, because there are so many subject and topic which unnecessary he was studying, which are not going to help him in his career. So I think 40% credit from Swayam portal and other portals, I think, but practically they are enabled, but they are not practically used, because the teachers are in fear that what will happen to their teaching load. One more challenging thing is online is equal to distance is equal to regular education is being done. So the institution who are doing better, I think with some grade, accreditation, A+ grade, I think they will have a cloud intake. So you have a regular intake plus whatever student are waiting, you can take through ODL method. So what will happen to other institutions? Cluster, who will join whom? That is more important. And the challenges which we are facing today also is, if I allow student to take credit from outside, 20% credit or 40% credit, because he pays the full fees. And if he asks for some refund, what will happen? So I think we have to go back and see that credit-wise fees per faculty has to be decided for the future. 2 days back, I attended a webinar by LinkedIn where they say that 50% skills are going to be obsolete in next 2-3 years, that 2025, and almost 43% people are going to change job in next 12 months. So there are so many statistics, analytics they are creating. So we have to see that where we are going to fit in online education, offline education, private education, university post education, degree granting institution. Student who joins, when we talk about multiple entry exit, I have a question. The student who joined first year in engineering, he's not able to cope up. Second year goes and join some commerce college. Third year again he changes his mind, join third college, and fourth year in some different faculty in humanities. What will be the name of degree his student will get? Who will have the ownership that when we groom that student for 4 years, we think that it is our alumni. If he goes for in 4 years and join 2, 3, 4 institutions, who will take the ownership of that student? When we are talking about anytime, anywhere, any device and any mode, I think linkages between how this course will happen. So I think we have to create an internship ecosystem also, which has been suggested by the new education policy, which we have started implementing in our commerce education. So these are all points which we need to discuss, and then we have to find out the right roadmap for all of us, because all institutions of MBA, they are worried about after 4 years of doing BBA program, if you start a student join as a lateral entry in MBA program, what will happen to the first year intake and the teacher who have been focusing on the first year? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Your speech was full of statistics, and you made an extensive research on the practical problems. And as rightly pointed out, the need of the day is the right skill set, which is, 50% of the skills are going to become obsolete. What is required by the students has to be identified. And you also pointed about the difficulties in terms of the choice-based credit system, how they are going to be implemented. Also about the number of institutions, who is going to be affiliated with which university, and who is going to get dissolved, with which institution is going to be dissolved and which is going to be continued. This is going to be a challenge, and only solution is time. As time comes, we'll know how it is going to be handed over. So with this, I request, the session is open for Q&A. So I request all the members, to whoever has got any question in mind, to write down their questions, and you can mention your name as well as institution which you are representing, and we will ask our members to address the questions. The volunteers can collect the questions. So before they ask the question, I have a question in mind, like the B schools, they have their own internal competition. Though we might say we all represent the B school community, but everybody has got their own USP. And when such a policy of associating with other competitors, who you have considered as competitors all these years, how we are going to maintain your USP once this NEP is going to come into practice? Because every institution will have their own USP.
Hello. I think, Shrikant, the question which you posed, that how far we can join hands with the competitor. See, first of all, I think one of the aspects which is coming out of this entire document is also you need to be with the open mindset. In the marketplace, let me tell you, he's my actually neighbor. He is also running a business school, but we join hands together for transformation of a business school. See, every institution has their pluses, maybe minuses as well. If I believe and if I'm a bit self-confident that I can learn from the, I'll say, other stakeholders, even my competitors as well, I think we can grow together fast. Then, in fact, if I'm going to try on my own in isolation, this competition, your competition is with maybe 5,000 business schools in the country. Your competitions for the future may be from other outside universities and companies who are going to really kind of, give you setback. So I think we should learn fast together with the fraternity. In fact, we were doing such kind of program, each one teach one, almost close to 15, 17 years back. Pick up one business school and share with them your strengths, whatever best way you made mistakes, let them get groomed. And as Agrawalji was mentioning about tier 2, tier 3 cities, see, tier 2, tier 3 cities has phenomenal kind of challenges. In fact, city like Mumbai, we have more than 80 business schools. Maharashtra has close to 550 business schools. Does that mean probably Mumbai's all 80 business schools are good and they are very competent? No, not at all. In fact, they even struggle.
But the best thing is to come forward, learn from whoever in the marketplace. If my commerce college next door, if they're good in some areas, my science college next door, they're good in some areas, or engineering college may not be even our own, but VJTI or ICT, I should learn from whoever. In fact, faculties, the major challenge, which I'm sure I'm getting a sense from my panel as well, the faculties need to be the learner first before even students. And as you are also mentioning, like, 4-year kind of graduation, after 4-year graduation, when the student comes, they're far better competent. So you can't teach the same curriculum which you're teaching today. But somewhere I think deep down, we should learn from each other, we should learn from the outside market in the world. Absolutely. I'm no way, I feel that we learned so much from our partners across the world, not today, but for last 20, 22 years. So I think we should learn, that learning curve should be there. That's all. You may lose out sometimes. Tomorrow, imagine hypothetical situation, they become better than us. I should feel good about it. Seriously. If students are not good, maybe teacher is also bad. Students also need to be good. That's a different story. So I think we should believe in kind of enriching our community, fraternity, for faculty, for staff, for students, as well as maybe even top management also, but top management which is not within your control. So you can't teach them anything. They're beyond that, right? So we should leave it to their own future. Okay, Shrikant.
Hello. I can see many questions more or less similar, but the major concern is for the standalone B schools. And how are they going to get affiliated? And how do they become multidisciplinary under NEP? This is the very common question. We have members from Happy Valley Business School and Vivekananda Institute of Management. And their concern is about standalone B schools. What is going to be the roadmap for them? Any of the members can...
Hello. I'll leave it to my esteemed panel. I'll come back after they share their...
See, standalone business institutions have a big challenge, but as it was discussed in the morning also, that if we make ourselves multidisciplinary within the management courses itself, like sociology, economics, commerce, so we can make ourselves multidisciplinary and the numbers can grow. But then, as Dr. Joshi was saying, that if we have an upper cap from the university side or from the regulator side, then it is going to be a big challenge to have 3,000 as the NEP is suggesting. I was told by someone, it's not an official thing, that this 3,000 figure is being rethought. But I don't know, means not to be quoted anywhere, but I was told by someone who is a responsible person in Delhi that this is being rethought. But as I said, and if some of you are on LinkedIn with Professor I.M. Pandey, he has written a very nice one-page document, I think last week only, where he has said that how can you have multidisciplinary nature in the existing B school itself. So if you can get that thing, or if you want, I can forward it. I have that copy with me. But this is not the only thing. Means my concern is more on the faculty side. Because this is, as Parag was also saying, this is a big challenge. So whatever policy you make, if you don't get, I remember some of you might have implemented in your institute. In 2000, we had launched one scheme, Early Faculty Induction Program in AICTE. It ran for 2-3 years, but then the students found it that they have to do MTech, and then once they do MTech, they have to be teachers, which many students at that level were not ready to accept. So if we can have as a association or as any other policy body, if we can have this faculty shortage and quality faculty addressed, that will be the great service by us. Thank you.
2 points I would like to add. First is the management institute is only restricted to one program, that is MBA program. Now, I think in such like institution where they're allowed after autonomy to start graduate program also. And graduate program, you can have number of program. And even AICT in this last year's approval handbook, they have suggested 100 types of MBA program with different kind of specialization. That is possible. And second point is, industry needs partnership with B school for upskilling and reskilling, I think. So with industry partnership, you can have a specific program aligned with different industries in your own vicinity where you can have more programs and more number of students can join. Again, the intake restriction we have to look it for. Thank you.
I think the point mentioned by Agrawal ji in terms of 3,000 cap, I'm not touching that because that is actually impossible, because with the purpose with which the business school started with 120 intake for PG or 180 or whatever, I think thinking of 3,000 has a adverse impact on many areas, maybe soft side and hard side as well. But the basic principle for the multidisciplinary is far more critical and is important. It may cost us something, as Sir was mentioning about social sciences, sociology, psychology. I mentioned about ethnography, anthropology. Today we are discussing, but Stanford has started with a T-shaped mindset, not today, way back in 2005. And that kind of mindset, the purpose was, whoever is passing out from the business school, he should not think like, I'm a marketing manager, finance manager, HR manager, or ops. He or she should think like a business manager. To think like a business manager, getting that 360-degree perspective is very important than just one narrow perspective, because you can't be CEO or MD of a company by saying, oh, I have got a marketing skills. What about other areas? And understanding society far better. That's why people are insisting on liberal arts as well. And some of the surveys around 2010-12 also shows, so the top-notch CEOs in the world were liberal arts graduates, not MBAs even. So keeping that in mind, what are best which we need to learn and pick up from the marketplace, we should do that. Yeah, the probably cost benefit point of view, how much it will cost us, and the gestation period is long. It is not easy. Probably you will see the worth of those students who are thinking holistically, and that is also purpose of NEP to great extent. Grow holistically and develop them holistically. You may see the fruits of it maybe 8, 10 years down the line. No, may not be immediately, but yes, there is a merit to it.
We have another interesting question. One of the member from Ratnam College has mentioned, what is going to be the role of NEP in master's program? That is, if somebody wants to specialize in an area to do a PhD, and if NEP is allowing multiple entry and exit, how will somebody specialize in one particular area and become a doctorate in that particular area? So say, for example, if somebody wants to do a PhD in management, they need to have a master's in management. But NEP is allowing for multiple entry and exit, you can specialize in various fields. So how can an individual do a research in a particular field?
UGC is trying to have NET examination for the management program. So forget about what discipline you have. And rationally, I think 60% credit if you have from that discipline, you are eligible for the next program. These barriers are going to be there. We have to see that how it's going to, because again, multiple entry exit has same issues. But I think if you have acquired 60% credit in commerce and management, you are eligible to do PhD in management.
Now, in fact, you can start PhD preparation even after bachelor's as well. The recent one. Yeah, absolutely. Very recent one. So I'm sure many of these things will get evolved. Probably no agency, no regulatory authority can bring about all the changes in one go. It will not happen. As Sir was mentioning about certain things happening about the 3,000 cap and many other areas which will probably evolve over a period of time. But we should be optimistic. That's my at least take.
We have another question. One from Dr. from Hindustan College of Engineering, and he is specifically asking, should Tier 1 B schools become guide for Tier 2 and Tier 3 B schools in the days to come? Should there be a policy in NEP which says that institutions in Tier 1 cities should guide the institutions in other places?
You are saying that can they tie up with the Tier 2, Tier 3?
Should there be a policy such that which mandates all the Tier 1 institutions to guide the institutions in other places?
Why not, in fact? My clear take, we are also running 2 business schools, Mumbai campus, Bangalore campus. We were also very small business school. Today we are decently decent sized business school, decent ranked business school, but that won't happen overnight. That never happens overnight. My basic request to faculty colleagues or maybe directors who are present here, I believe in one very simple principle, is an initiative. Do you take the initiative to come forward, be it a tie-up with the other college, other university, or be it an industry? And that initiative's thought process is very simple. What is that initiative? Bias for action to avert problems and creating a future. Very clearly. Absolutely, that's the way you're looking at it. And therein you should club with three-box theory of Vijay Govindarajan. VG is one of the leading innovator. That what is a three-box theory? The first box is clearly managing the present. That you have to manage anyway. Second box is selectively forgetting the past. Selectively forgetting the past. Because a lot of times we carry our bag and baggage of the past that I taught for 30 years. I'm running for 30 years this institution. So I know this. Sometimes you have to selectively forget the past. And third one is creating the future. But the second box is very, very critical, very important. If you take the initiative and come forward, the game is yours.
I think the A-grade institution or top institution are under university umbrella. They're required to mentor 5 colleges who are in tier 2, tier 3 cities. That is a mandate given by the UGC also. So this thing happening not out of compulsion, but out of cooperation.
As a part of mentor-mentee scheme, we already took 5 business schools and even colleges across even Maharashtra. I don't know if something which is beyond Maharashtra, but yes, 5 are already there. Yeah.
So we'll stick to last 2 questions. One of the question is like why they have not specifically developed any measurement tool in terms of measuring the standard of institutions for these schools. And another question is like pointed about the role of corporates in terms of offering internship. Should NEP make it mandatory for all MNCs and other companies to provide project opportunity and researchers for all the universities? Should it become mandate under NEP?
I think graduate program now, they have started internship program, but in future, I think when the program become 4 years, it has to be one full semester internship program. And to find out the spaces, I think like Internship Act, I think they either have to appeal or create a clear-cut mandate for them, because we have masses, number of students are more, and it has to be paid internship. Otherwise, student will only get the certificate and at the end of the day. There are many companies who have come who offer online internship and give certificate. But I think that is not going to get replacement of the when students go and see how the factory works, organization work. For this, our university for commerce program, we have introduced first time 4 credit, 60 hours internship program. But for that, CA, ICWA, cost accountant, financial advisor, we have done agreement, and student has to go minimum 60 hours. That is 8-10 days. But they are offering for 1 month minimum. But I think student at least come to know how bank looks from inside, how the tally is operated, how the balance sheet is created, data entry is done, then GST calculation is been done. So basic, but I think it has to be extended for minimum 1 semester.
Somewhere, I think this point is very, very critical, because always there is a grievance that the companies or industry doesn't give us a response which academia is looking forward to. That's a fact of life. Companies want only to milk the cow whenever from the placement point of view, they want from engineering colleges or business schools or maybe arts and commerce colleges. I still remember in 2005, I mentioned to then FM, finance minister in ET awards, instead of the 2% CSR, which was levied on the companies, I said you make it compulsory for the companies, wherever companies are existing, the factories or their offices, at least in the local area, you must support local area colleges, maybe business schools, because it is their mandate. They must do it, which is in the proximity. But I'm sure that never happened. I have insisted, those days also mentioned, that make it a part of the Companies Act. See, unless until it is binding on the companies, it doesn't happen that way. I'm sure regulators like AICT and others also are trying to push companies. But parallelly, even AIMS as a policy, advocacy policy point of view also, I'm sure AIMS team also, Sarji, with CII, with FICCI, those kind of bodies also, we should try to move that kind of thought process. That I think companies need to enhance their own role and responsibilities. Now companies are talking about environment, governance point of view, okay, sustainability point of view like EGS. But same way, they should really give back more to the society compared to whatever they're doing. I'm sure.
This is the last question, and it's kind of interesting. The question is like, should NEP have an initiative to make the faculties to go to companies or industry on sabbatical? Should it be made mandatory for all the faculties to go take a sabbatical and go to the companies, work for a few years, and come back to the institutions to do teaching again? Should it be made mandatory?
See, first of all, my very esteemed colleagues mentioned that number of faculties in existence and how many vacancies are there. If you send them to the companies, it's a brilliant idea. It's a good idea that we must send our teachers, professors to the companies. How many of them will come back successfully? Or maybe they'll be poached by the companies themselves. You won't believe. One of my very recently recruited faculty in analytics, as you know, analytics is very much demanded in the field. That faculty was recruited by SEBI. And I told that faculty, as boss, you joined just about a year before. At least you should give minimum 3 years. With any faculty in e-commerce, analytics, maybe data science side, they'll be like a hot cake. But corporates would poach. First of all, we should kind of non-poaching agreement, we should do it. Second, on the basis of their own competence, how far they will entertain those faculties in the company. I think that need to be seen. But that idea of sending faculties to the marketplace or companies is brilliant. Then like a reverse sabbatical, that is really required. If you could do that, at least they will bring the contemporariness and the relevance in the classroom. That will be really good.
Rightly pointed about the dearth of good faculty members, and sir pointed out like teaching has become only the second option for most of them. Teaching is not the first option for several people. So with this, we'll end this session and we'll move on to this concluding session. I hope all the members had a very informative session, and we thank all the members for actively participating, giving your thoughts about NEP, the opportunities and challenges, and also addressing the questions of the members. Thank you all of you, sir. So for the concluding session, I request our chairman, Dr. Ajit Singh Teti, to give his concluding remarks for this roundtable conference.
Actually, we are teachers. At least when you're clapping, you should clap so good. At least we should get motivated minimum. You don't motivate teachers.
Or past presidents of the AIMS or RVPs, Dr. Shurade Saab for West, Nandgopal ji South, Sudesh Sharma ji for North, and Ramakant Patra ji for East, and the member of the board or Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Suhas Petnekar ji, the speakers on the dais, or well coordinated effort by Shrikant ji, and my dear friends, dean, directors, principals, and students. It was really good to see such an interactive program. Generally, after lunchtime, the things are on generally off mode, and when the speakers were giving their input, we were really worried whether it is making any impact on our dear friends. By the type of the questions which have come, has really confirmed that the audience was equally involved. I personally feel that we require a laudable claps for the entire audience. The topic which was taken, the impact of the new education policy. When the new education policy came, it was well dissected, well diagnosed, and all over the cross section of the country, most of the institute, most of the educational organizations, they deliberated upon that. And when we came to the para on the management education, not that emphasis was laid on that, the management education. And therefore, looking into the need for our involvement, we constituted a committee headed by Professor Joe Phillips, Professor Apura Palkar, and other elite members. And we appointed our consultant, Ernst & Young, EY, to prepare a very well critical report, which was prepared, and we were to present to the Education Minister, Dharmesh Pradhan, personally, but due to his busy schedule, we had to give it to the PA of the Education Minister. But however, we are going to meet him, discuss with him, and then how the new education policy is going to include the thought process with respect to the management education, and then we will evaluate the impact factor. Other factors has been much discussed: interdisciplinary study, lateral exit, lateral entries. They have been much discussed. The second thing is, people are tying up with the institutions abroad. The UGC is also encouraging it. But the first responsibility is to know our neighbors. And therefore, what I will appeal to the audience of South, that we need to have a strong bridge between our neighboring institutes, share the best of each other, organize more and more inter-institutional activities, so that not only who attend the roundtable conference, they should only be the beneficiary, but also a student. That will be only possible when we are able to organize the co-curricular activities for the neighbor institutions. And they say that coexistence is the best existence. जब हमारे संबंध अच्छे हो जाएंगे, तो नेचुरली दूर दूर वाले भी चल के आएंगे, because they also feel that they have to spread their tentacle, and they will also like to go to the best. And if we go, let us not westernize or management education, but before that, we need to Indianize. We have to ground ourselves so that we are able to add our own values to it, then automatically we will be able to have a better ties with the institutions abroad, because they also are looking forward to our US Bhagavad Gita, all our educational grants. They are the example to what I say, that they will give the best to the development of the management education. Of course, it's a constraint of time, and we have a lot to say, so I will like to cut short myself. Now, the things have been told regarding the introduction of interdisciplinary. Now, I think first we have to make ourselves capable. Let us become autonomous. And once we become autonomous, we'll be able to sell all the ingredient that is required for the interdisciplinary concept, which we will be able to give it to the students. I will compliment Dr. Nan Gopalji for organizing such a wonderful roundtable conference. It was also our ardent desire to come and interact with you. And I personally feel that since morning, efforts are going on to give you the best. And with this, I will again thank each and every stakeholder of this august audience. And I will personally feel that whatever said, whatever we have listened is not only the end of the road, we should keep on interacting with each other. You are able to find us on the web, online, and we are available to you. AIMS is giving all the support to all the management institutes, and for further information, you can log on to our website, and you can also contact Nan Gopalji for our activities and the support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ajit Singh. Your words of wisdom hold good not just for NEP, even for our life. Sharing the best of each, coexistence. These are fundamental principles of life that will help anyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking your invitation and coming down all the way from Singapore and addressing us. And as the proverb says, save the best for the last. And we have Dr. Suhas Petnekar, the VC of University of Mumbai, who will be giving us concluding remarks.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Distinguished panelists and the president of AIMS sitting on the dais and all the eminent personalities in the audience. It is my extreme privilege to be part of this particular session. I think I am the only odd man out probably with a chemistry background where many of you are from the education, from the management education. Okay. Either management education or engineering. Well, I'll take a couple of minutes, but will not talk on NEP. I think last 2 years we have been talking on NEP everywhere with all the opportunity, challenges, and today I could see some of the important challenges you all are facing as the management institutes. Instead, I'd like to pose few questions for you to find answers. Of course, I'm not going to wait for the answers, but this is what I feel. And that is also after handling one of the largest university in Maharashtra with nearly 850 affiliated colleges affiliated to us and 8.5 lakhs of students. What I believe that the future belongs to those who are risk takers. And that is true even for the education in coming years. Coming 5, 10 or 20 years, there's going to be sea change in higher education, which many of us even cannot even imagine at this point of time. But coming back to educational institutions, we all know that the educational institutions are expected to establish a dynamic equilibrium with the surrounding and especially with the society around us with respect to social, economic and environment perspective. and they are expected to cater to the needs of society, whether it is a local or global. So the first question that arises, whether with NEP or even before NEP, all of you, some of you are sitting here as educational institution heads or maybe mentors. The question is, are we doing it? Are we fulfilling the requirement of society around us? And if you do some analysis, I think you will find majority of our institution in the country, we have failed to a greater extent. And that is to bring relevance to the education. So I feel there are two important purposes of institution, irrespective of whether it is a management institute or otherwise. The first and the foremost is to cater to the needs of society, as I said just now. And the second important aspect of the institute is to come out with sustainability in every respect. Are our institutions sustainable in that respect or not? And when we talk about sustainability, now what is it that is most important in educational institutions today, according to me, is the importance of good governance for sustainable development. Are we, or do we find that good governance in every institute around us? You will have your own questions. How do you expect good governance in educational institutions? We need a dynamic leadership. And the type of leadership of 21st century, which is expected to be integrative, horizontal, leadership with knowledge, leadership with character, and most importantly, the leadership which will take everyone together. And that leadership also has the greater responsibility, as what I think all the panelists are talking about, is to prepare our teachers to accept the challenges and for the meaningful implementation of NEP 2020. I agree with Professor Agrawal ji and all other panelists. When we are talking about implementation of NEP, the real challenge before us is to get quality teachers. But I would like to talk about this aspect in two ways. One, getting good teachers, and second, what can you say about the existing teachers? I think the time has come for, let me ask one simple question. I'm sorry about it, but how many are you are teachers? Can you raise your hands, please? Well, of course, I'm expecting everyone to raise hand because irrespective of your current position, you're basically a teacher. Our entire journey started as a teacher. So once teacher is always a teacher. So the question is, are we delivering what is expected as a teacher? I'm not here to ask questions or make certain negative comments. But you know that in Sanskrit, the teacher's definition and types are very well defined. Many of may be aware of that. So according to Sanskrit, there are 6 types of teachers. The first one is called Adhyapak. Adhyapak, who gives information. The second one is Upadhyay, who gives information and knowledge. The third type is acharya, who gives information, knowledge, and skill. Do you know the fourth one? The fourth one is called pandit, who gives the deeper insight of the subject. Next is called drashta, who not only gives everything what I said, but also gives a vision, what is expected after 5, 10, 15 years. And which is the last one? Obviously, guru, the one who takes you to light, from darkness to light. So I think every teacher has to introspect as where we stand as teacher at present. So there is utmost necessity, first I feel, to change the mindset of teachers and prepare them for or to accept future challenges. So what is expected, I feel, is the strategic planning, whether it is implementation of NEP 2020 or all the challenges, especially I think all the management institutions are facing. And when we are talking about the challenges, I think the time has come for all of us to ask 6 questions to ourselves. The first question is, where do we stand today? And when you try to find answer of this question, you have to go back to analyze your journey till date, where you stand today. The second question should be, how you have managed to reach where you stand today. You need to compare yourself and compare with what's happening around you, what's happening globally in your own field. The third question should be, where do you want to go from here? There has to be clarity in mind as what you want to achieve. Maybe as an educationist, maybe academic leader, maybe teacher, maybe mentor, whatever capacity or the role you are playing. The fourth question should be, how do you propose to go there? Fifth, it should be then, what is the knowledge and resources you think are required to reach there? And the last question, many times we don't think about or don't consider the priority, but it's very important. And that is, before you start journey, you must also try and understand and find what could be the obstacles you may come across when you start your journey. It is not going to be easy to implement NEP 2020 in the same spirit as you find written on the paper. There are several challenges, no doubt about it. But at the same time, I feel that challenges give opportunities, and instead of being negative about everything and pointing fingers at each other, we must find the solution. And you may not get the solution every time from the government or from the UGC or from the regulators. So somewhere even we have to come together, I feel, to find solution to such challenges which are there. Our country is one of the best example in the world with the multiple integrity and a lot of variations, even in the students, the heterogeneity we come across, even the differences between the center and the state when it comes to implementation of education policies. So there are several challenges, but somewhere I think we need to make the beginning. And as we progress and as we go ahead, probably we will be able to find solution to some of the problems. So I feel there are going to be 2 important factors which will govern the future of higher education. First is, which has no option and alternative, and that is you need to be innovative. You need to be innovative in every respect, every respect. Now the time has come, you need to be restless, positive restlessness, because we know the good things don't come from comfort zone. So you have to be restless. But as I said, that should be positive restlessness. Out of box thinking. Design thinking, where something I have learned many things from my friend Dr. Uday Salunke, some of the management terminology which helps me many times because my association with him, and I'm always a student, so much to learn from. And this is one thing which was missing in the higher education system when I was studying as a science student. As a science student, I realized there's so many things which we miss during our studentship. But that should not happen now. So students should be given that opportunity to learn and do what he or she wants. And that is the reason we are coming out with not only the flexibility, but lifelong learning concept and multiple entry and exits, and even the dual degree, which is now that opportunity is there with students. So somewhere, I think we need to make the beginning that what I feel. And the second important factor, which will change the entire scenario in higher education, which has already started, and that is technology. As teacher, we need to understand, we need to adapt. And if you don't, many times I have the fear that otherwise the teacher may become redundant. The teacher may be replaced by technology. We all know that robots already started entering the classroom. But still I feel the good teacher, good human teacher cannot be replaced completely by technology. So there's a lot of changes, and I would say you need to invest more in training the trainers and change their mindset. Only then you will see that gets percolated down or reflected in the next generation. And it is our moral responsibility to prepare the next generation to face all the challenges. Otherwise, the situation which we spent for 2 years under COVID-19 situation, that should not be repeated. So the time has come, I feel, all of us to stretch the limits of our possible. And at times, we may have to go beyond into the impossible. And the height of our accomplishment should be determined by the depth of our convictions. So I wish you all the best. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And maybe after 5-10 years, we will see how management studies becomes the integral part of all the faculties. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. In fact, it was a very calm and composed speech after a very fast-paced program. It was a fitting conclusion given by you. And what everybody lacks is introspection, and you beautifully highlighted the importance of introspection, where we are, where we wanted to go, what is required, how to reach there, and all this. And this introspection is needed in everybody's life. And we thank you for giving your beautiful message to all the members here. Also about the good governance and need for dynamic leadership. I can vouch for the faculties of University of Mumbai. They have got a good leader in you, and they are all blessed to have a great leader in you. So once again, I thank all the members. And before we go for the vote of thanks, I request Dr. Nandagopal to hand over a memento for the members.
Thank you, sir. I now welcome our Vice Chairman, Dr. Ines Venkatesh, to honor the dignitaries on the stage. I request our Vice Chairman to honor Dr. Uday Salanke. Thank you, sir. I request our Vice Chairman to honor Professor Anand Mogan Agrawal. I request our Vice Chairman to honor Professor Anand Mogan Agrawal. Thank you, sir. I request our Vice Chairman to honor and present the memento to Dr. Parag Kalkar. Thank you, sir. I request our Vice Chairman to honor and present the memento to Dr. Ajit Singh. Thank you, sir. I request our Vice Chairman to honor Dr. Sukas Petnekar. Thank you, sir. We also acknowledge the presence of the following board members. We request our Vice Chairman to honor and present the memento to Professor Patra, Regional Vice President East. Thank you, sir. I request our Vice Chairman to honor Professor Sujata, board member. Thank you, sir. I request our Vice Chairman to honor and present the memento to Professor Jijendra Mismaji, board member. I request the audience to give a good round of applause. Thank you, sir. I request our Vice Chairman to honor and present the memento to Professor Prasad Rao, board member. Thank you, sir. I request our Vice Chairman to honor Professor Venkateshwaralu, Executive Secretary. I request our Vice Chairman to honor Professor Venkateshwaralu, Executive Secretary. Thank you, sirs. I now request our Director, Mr. Shrikant, to render the vote of thanks.
So, good evening, one and all. Today has been a very, very useful and interactive session day. And this Deans and Directors Roundtable was a long pending assignment. Once Dr. Nandagopal took over, he promised that I will bring all the stalwarts across the country to Pollachi, make them visit the campus. And he actually delivered it. And the good part is, the coincidence is, this is the Silver Jubilee year, celebration year of our institution. So we are entering the 25th year, and this is going to be the highlight. This particular day is going to be the highlight of this entire Silver Jubilee celebration. Yes. And as Vice Chairman said, individual invitations will be extended to all the members who have come here and who are not able to come also, to come and participate in the Silver Jubilee celebration, which we plan to conduct in the forthcoming months. And so once again, I thank all the members for coming from various places, spending their day, sharing your thoughts on NEP, as well as sharing your thoughts on life, and more importantly, sharing your thoughts on wisdom about what a good teacher is to be, and making this event a very, very grand success. So I welcome you all to participate in tea and snacks has been arranged. I request all of you to come and join us. And if any particular member has got any questions, you can interact with them during the tea session also. So thank you all.
I think I request all the board members, past president, to come for a group photo. And other members, the directors, participants, please join for a tea. I request all the past presidents, board members, and the principal, Professor Somu, Gerard sir, Professor Gerard.
Special thanks to Professor Nandagopal for hosting this great event.
I request the participants to collect the certificates from the MC table after the tea break. I repeat, I request the registered participants to collect the certificates from the MC table after the tea break.
Ma'am, what about the online people?